Good evening, guys. And we have Tropa Teams Recap. Welcome. And we have Guardian Fitness. Good to see you, brother. How are you doing? I hope your week has been great. Mine has been a little bit up and down, but it has been pretty good anyway. So, two in the house. That's awesome. Please put a comment in the chat so I can see who you guys are. That makes everything easier. And put StreamYard link in the top of the chat as usual. Hey, Guy Franco. Good to see you. Hey, Dean Denver. Good to see you. Kanajian. Good to see you. Hey, saw you in Vision's chat today, stopping by to wave. I appreciate that. Thanks for stopping by and welcome to this Saturday evening live stream. Yeah, Dean, I had a pretty good week, so I can't complain about that. I did go and check. Okay. Yeah, Kanajan, I check your channel out after the stream, so I'll get back to you on that one. And we do like this. And I think we do like there we go. And if anybody is up for it, please feel free to click the StreamYard link and join me up here. Hey, I'm doing pretty good, actually. So I can't complain. And I have my cup of coffee. No problem. I'm listening in to see what's shaking. Yeah. It will begin to shake sooner or later. Hey, PB, good to see you, brother. I have pinned the StreamYard link in the top of the chat as usual. So I know you are up for it. So feel free to join me, PB. Yeah, and today has been a quite busy day, but it's okay. You probably have a lot of the same issues we all have. Yeah. Yeah, we have. Probably. And we have PV.
Hello,
Good to see you, brother.
How are you doing? All right?
Yeah, I can hear loud and clear, and I'm doing pretty good. Good to see you again.
Good. Yes, it's always a good start to the new week or the end of the old week or whatever you look at it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so you're talking about fitness this week. That's probably
actually it's one of your topic ideas actually. So
right.
Fitness for
probably up there with
SHTF. So that's the
probably
topic
up there
today.
with the probably one of the most important ones you could cover.
I agree with you about that one.
So let's have a look. We've got here then.
Hey, Dior, good to see you, brother.
Dios, hello. How you doing?
Yeah, I
Got
was
Dean.
going to say that this is definitely PV's and Guardian Outdoors show.
Well, everyone's got an input, so we're not experts. Dios, Dean Dunbar, how you doing? Guy Franco Vlog, how you doing? Canadian.
Canadian, yeah.
Canadian.
I'm gonna, yeah. I was on another live stream earlier today, and another channel, Vision Preparedness, a really good channel, by the way. And he was on that chat there, so
Right.
he showed me there. So when he saw I was live now, so he is here to check it out. So
good to get networking, get some new ideas, different perspectives, all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. I did.
Yeah, it is Canadian. It's
I
good.
did. I ordered a vitamin D3 test this week. Just got it today. And I did it earlier. And you get it's like a bit of a COVID testing. You get a little plastic sort of receptacle, and you put a drop of blood in one end, and you put a buffer solution in this other little hole, and you wait 10 minutes and that sort of thing, and you interpret the line off this chart. I've got this kit out, and you get a finger pricker as well. And this finger pricker, I pricked my finger, and it was like a javelin that came out of the other end. This thing, I was bloody hell! And but I put the droppers in, I got them round the wrong way, so I had to do another one. I had to look forward to the other finger getting.
Hey, Guardian, good to see you, brother. Hey, big movie fan, 18 plus, good to see you.
Hey, Guardian, how you doing? All right. Yes, I got the drops flat ran wrong way, so I had to do another one. I had to look forward to another javelin going through my other finger. I'll never do another. Anyway, the bottom line is, because I take 8,000 IUs of vitamin D3 and K2.
Yeah.
Not to K2, I think it's about 200, 400 IUs. Anyway, I just wanted to know in the winter months that the D levels were okay. Bit of a novelty as well, sort of thing, Anyway, fully recovered now from the big C virus. Cough's gone. So that's literally taken 3 weeks. No, more than that, because Christmas Eve night I came down with it. So yeah.
Yeah.
And this week, I mean, this week is peak. It's the peak curve for flu season here. First 2 weeks after New Year, so we haven't really been going out as much this week. But yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Guardian, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well. Good to see
Guardian,
you.
right?
Yeah, I'm good. Lovely to see you, preparedness veteran. How's your weekend going so far? You good?
Yeah, good. It's we're expecting. I've been prepping all day for there's a big storm coming in. We're expecting 60 mile an hour gust winds. So Sunday night, Monday morning. So it's been putting anything loose out the way of that.
How many days do you think it'll last?
It's going to one day of bad winds. A couple of days later, there's going to be another one coming in. So yeah, 2 days worth of bad winds, but separated by a couple of days. But the problem is the trees. There's a couple of big trees here, you see. So they're always looking at them when the wind picks up. It's going to go at any minute. One of them things. Luckily, it's the wind pushing it the other way.
You know, it's actually funny that we can be as fit as possible and we can be as prepared as we can, like as knowledgeable about everything to procure your own, you know, empire in the wilderness. But you still get a bad bout of wind, you still get some bad weather, and no matter who you are, Mother Earth will just end your day. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, there's always risks out there. Always.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, so I'm glad that you have got that prepped up as well. That's important, and just stay warm as well, because obviously with the change of like seasons and stuff, like I think that everybody can just be, you know, open to being sick and falling ill as well pretty quickly. And that's a really big thing as well. When you in a better form, like when you're in a better health condition, your immune system's also like a lot better. So your chance and likelihood of getting sick, and the last thing that you want to do in any sort of like SHTF, right, is be ill and like have that on top of everything else. So yeah, just being like, even if you don't need to be like ultra fit, you don't need to be, you know, Superman. You just need to make sure that you are capable of carrying your own body weight, and like, however, even if you're not carrying your own body weight because you might be disabled or something like that, like there's so many different ways. If you got like a wheelchair or something as well, it's a lot. Yeah. And yeah, nature will always kick your ass. Yeah, absolutely.
So, Dean Dunbar, have you any knowledge in what comms to purchase?
Like Baofeng.
Walkie-talkie or Baofengs? Well, it's not really for this sort of topic tonight, but if you go back to... we covered this in a previous live stream 2 months ago, and it was called SHTF communication, and that was on the... Let's have a look at the date. Where's the date? No date stamp on here. But yeah, go back to have a look back through Shadow's channel on his live feeds, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14 streams ago. We cover that. But yeah, I mean, if you go back through various videos, you know, you can look at my channel, look at my videos, you can ask me some questions there or email me or whatever. So yeah. So we're talking about fitness in SHTF. Any specific thing, Shadow, or is it just in general?
Well, fitness in general, it's a good idea.
Yeah. Well,
you don't need to be an elite runner or elite bodybuilder or elite power lifter. You don't need to.
I just want to add something quickly and just say that I love learning from Preparedness Veteran. He's taught myself and my wife as well when it comes to fitness and just staying like in good fighting form. We have been like, over the last year, I've been like a Padawan to the Jedi Master when it comes to fitness and stuff as well. So I really appreciate all the guidance, and I know that he's humble enough.
Hey, Loretta Hooch, good to see you.
I really mean it. Thank you, sir. I really, really do mean it from the bottom of my heart.
No worries, no worries. If anyone else wants any sort of advice, well, let me tell people about what on previous experiences. I used to be a physical fitness instructor in the army. That was one of my little jobs or tasks there. I've been training very hard since I joined the army. That was back in 1985.
Hey, Huga, good to see you again, CB.
Hey, Huga. Passed the P Company selection course, hardest physical course in the British Army, and then went on to do other sort of physical things there, sports injuries course, all that sort of stuff.
Hey, Dior's, good to see you.
Hey, Dior's. My brother's a professional bodybuilder, etc., etc. Yeah, I've had some experience, but
Hey, Warren, good to see you, brother.
It's a bit different when it comes to SHTF, sort of prepping your fitness for SHTF, I'd say. And you got yourself, you got to ask yourself why and what the reasons behind the benefits of fitness for SHTF. And I think that common sense would dictate that the overall benefit would be general health and that sort of thing. But when you look at the underlying sort of reasons why fitness is good for any sort of SHTF event, disaster, or any emergency, then you'll realize why. And some of the reasons why would be your ability to self-rescue, for instance, your ability to lift or pull yourself out of harm's way. Because if you fall in, say, a river and you're able to cling onto the side, you might be cold, you might have your energy sapped out of you. Have you got the physical strength to pull yourself out? And it could be a swimming pool for all you might have mistake, you might have jumped into or dived into the shallow end, banged your head, and you're sort of semi-conscious. You there's no one else around, for instance. You've grabbed over the side. Can you get yourself out? Can you get, you might be sailing or any other sort of boats. And if the boat capsizes and you're the only one with your head above the water and no one else is around, can you get yourself into the boat? Can you climb onto the upturned hull and that sort of thing? So lifting or pulling your own body weight out of harm's way, I think, is crucial. That's literally your last fallback
result.
And you can go on from there. So the ability to self-rescue. So after that, you could look at the ability to rescue someone else or pull someone else out of harm's way. If you've got someone who's freezing cold in a river, or they might be dangling off of a high elevation, wherever that might be, have you got the strength to hold on to them until someone else comes to help you, or pull them out into safety? And not. This is the thing with most people: the upper body strength is severely lacking. Really is severely lacking, and it's a definitely. I mean, there are drawbacks, and the drawbacks are the fact as we get older, you get into your 70s plus. Part of natural wastage is your muscle. Your muscle mass starts to deteriorate, and your hormones decline, all that sort of thing. So you won't be able to do that sort of thing as well as you would do when you're in your up to 50s or 60s. So so there are limits.
So I have to be the person here that mentions this. Hi, by the way, Dios, welcome to the panel. It's good to have you here. I just want to mention one thing quickly, but first, hello. So what I want to go through is, as everybody knows, I'm very much a utopian believer kind of thing when it comes to this type of thing as well, and aging and the way that, because it is true, there's certain parts of your body as well that as you get into your older, as you get, towards 80 specifically, 80, 85, if you are smart enough to have built up a lot of muscle before then. So that's the good thing, that you can still maintain a lot of muscle, which is great. Your body allows for that, and that's also what Preparedness Veteran was also, alluding to this, which is really, really good, that people can also kind of do. I think that when it comes to it, I just want to say my side though, where I believe that science and medicine are galloping forward right now when it comes to the way that, because as it stands, even in the next 5 to 10 years, we are going to see revolutionary technology in place that will change everything that we know right now about science and medicine. And the reason for that is because of general AI and the way that we are I can't even, if you go down the rabbit holes, right, and just explore the avenues of research when it comes to technology and development of medicines, you'll see that we are very much, and this is also all part of fitness as well. We are definitely seeing, we are so we are still so stupid. I'm sorry, but like in general, as people, right? Like as the human race in general, when it comes to where we could be, I believe. And I don't know, I'm just excited for the future, for the immediate future as well, and where we could end up in a couple of years.
Yeah, definitely. AI is a good accelerator of knowledge, and the AI chatbots are quite good to have a look at to enhance and explore things, and they can come up with results and answers instantly. It's really good. But I know what you mean. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and then that's the stuff that's available into the public, right? And obviously, as you know, the higher levels of artificial intelligence that companies are, like every single company has to have it as part of their immediate, like it's imperative that every single country puts it as one of the biggest priorities that they have right now, because whichever country has the best and furthest most advanced artificial intelligence will be the country that can lead the way in terms of everything. You can't fight AI. You can fight all you want and have everything that you know, but I don't want to go too far into that, but I'm going to say that, yeah, every country has an extremely high level of like urgency to make sure that they are leading the way when it comes to, you know, advancements within artificial intelligence and medicine as well. It goes hand in hand with that. We're definitely going to see some interesting things coming along.
Absolutely right. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So, you know, apart from the ability to self-rescue yourself and pull someone else out of harm's way, you know, the other things people immediately think of is bugging out. Or, you know, as remote as that may seem, your ability to walk long distance or ride a bike, carry weight, run from danger, pushing or pulling heavy loads. This is why you have to be fit, and you know, it increases your general. Well, we'll talk about the benefits in a minute, but if you live on or near and around water, you know, it'd be a good idea to learn to swim, for instance. And there's loads of things people can do. You know, the ability to saw or chop wood for a couple of hours. It's not a 5-minute activity. And if you haven't chopped wood or sawn wood for a while, and you do a 1 hour stint, you'll soon feel it the next day. You know, so all these things. You know, you can have a dedicated fitness regime, or you can have what most people refer to as functional fitness. So base your fitness around your daily activities, sort of thing. But you know, but there's various approaches. If you base your broad spectrum of preparedness fitness around self-rescue, rescuing someone else, and pulling body weight, and walking or bugging out or running away from danger, then that's you're onto a good start really from there. And all the benefits that come with those, you know, you got increase muscle mass, increase strength, you get stronger muscles, ligaments, tendons. Your cardiovascular fitness will increase, obviously depending on what you're actually doing. But when you look at things like bugging out or walking long distance or riding, carrying a weight, which a lot of people may have to initially do, no matter, you know, how far we're talking here, it could be a couple of 100 meters to tens of miles, then the injury resistance comes into it, because, you know, if you step over a muddy ditch, or you take that extra long stride, or you slip, then you're more likely to get injured and rip or tear something if you're not conditioned, if you're not strong, and you haven't built up some sort of physical robustness beforehand.
I agree with that.
I've seen quite a few times out on the hills in boggy conditions. You take a group out hill walking, for instance, on a 10 or 15 miler, and you know, you always get one person who twists their ankle or goes over their ankle because they've stepped in the wrong place, or they've stepped in a place where they haven't looked where they're stepping, or they've overstrided, or they've slipped, and this sort of thing. And it always seems to be the person who is slightly overweight, completely unconditioned, and these people always struggle the next day because they're absolutely completely knackered. Basically, they're not used to anyone.
Yeah.
And if they'd have, and if you can relate this to some sort of bugging out in the classic sense, you're not going to be used to anyone. You're going to be a hindrance, and it's not a good start to a long-term SHTF event, is it really? So you can mitigate all this with an increased fitness. Fitness consists of a multitude of factors. It's not just being a fit runner or a bodybuilder or someone who looks good. It's a combination of cardio, so cardiovascular fitness, strength fitness, flexibility.
Yeah, you need to have the flexibility, the endurance, the agility.
That's right. Yeah,
things.
Absolutely. The stamina.
Most of the time, if you look good enough, so you don't even need to fight. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, no one's going to, an opportunist, scrawny little thief isn't going to take on the big guy or anything like that. It's like...
Hey, Grow Big TV. Hey, Joe. Good to see you.
I also am saying with numbers, though, most situations come down to numbers. So even if you are a bigger guy, if three people will take you out. Unless you really are unless you're well versed and they really don't know what they're doing, then you can maybe stand a bit of a chance. But for the majority of the time, three people you can't keep. You're not Bruce Lee or something. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, you need to also be realistic. Like with the person, I think preparedness veteran could possibly take a much better chance of taking those three. But I don't know. I think I'd struggle quite a lot when it comes to 3 or 4. So a person also needs to know their own boundaries as well. A lot of that functional fitness as well that we're speaking about is so important. That's why being hiking fit as well is really important if you can. Whenever I talk about things like this, I'm always cautious and I'm always mindful that I do understand that not everybody has the capability to be where I'm at with my hiking capability and stuff like that. So, and I also don't want to seem as too boastful or something, but I really love and I'm passionate about hiking because it can be such a good utility in terms of if you don't have anything else and you only have your feet, you got to go. You know what I mean? There's nothing else, and you got to. And specifically rucking, I love rucking. I actually opt to ruck a lot of the time instead of going up with any vehicle to the shop or anything. Most of the time I go up to the shop, I go on a nature trail and I carry a very heavy bag on the way back because I carry 6-pack of 2-liter milks and waters and tins and all sorts of stuff like that for the household. So take the opportunities where you can.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and the benefits, increased cardiovascular fitness.
Hey, CR, good to see you, brother.
All these activities, if no form of disaster or anything like that happens, then you're creating an insurance for future life. You're creating a better version of you in the future. In 10 years' time, you're going to be a much better, healthier person than you were if you just sat on the couch all day watching YouTube videos and so on, and like you say, physical altercations, you're more likely to, it's a difficult statement really. If there's no weapons involved, you're more likely to come away unscathed in a physical altercation. It's a bit of a, people get what I mean. Joints.
I think what wins a lot of the time, though, is a person's, in most situations, the person with the higher will to win that fight. The person that's willing to just put their mind into it as well. Even I've seen small guys that are not trained and don't even have I've seen them completely wipe the floor with like big guys, like bouncers and stuff. Like it really comes down to a person's willpower a lot and your mentality and like I'm sorry to say this, but how dirty are you willing to fight too? Like, is there something around you? Yeah. Like, is there something around you that you can utilize and always be thinking of that? You can use a chair, you can use like random objects. I'm being serious. And also know, like, in a lot of situations, like specifically if it comes to like, depending on the altercation, like if it's at your house or something, you know the layouts of your house, switch the mains, because I don't want to go into that. But I just say there's a lot of, you just got to be like smart in a lot of situations, but also you can never be smart enough because everything's unpredictable, right? That's how life works.
Yeah. We got a saying, I always say to this people, it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog. And if your back's to the wall and there's no other way out, you go full psycho mode and just do everything you can in full rage to get out of that situation and get to safety. There's no, as you say, fight as dirty as you like. If it means surviving and not, then then do it.
But also, like, be smarter about the situations you get yourself into as well, and then also be extremely alert of everything in a situation. So, like, if you're wise enough to not be in a bad situation in the first place, good on you. The best combat is combat that you can avoid, right? The art of war. So,
absolutely.
So as much as you possibly can, like, I'm not saying being cowardice, because that's not the option either. Like, be fully capable of looking out for yourself and those people that you love, but also make the right choices, because like it's wrong choices that get people like that, the game over. There's no reset button, so don't make wrong choices. Be smart.
Yeah, absolutely.
The problem is with fights is you need to be mentally prepared for it. You need to be trained to get into a fight if you have to.
Yeah, fighting's a bit of a...
Or otherwise you freeze and you're screwed.
Yeah, it can also be a bit scenario-based. It depends on every situation slightly different. You could be the most prepared
TNT balls
person, ready for all sorts of stuff, and then you get blindsided, and before you know it, that's it. But the point is, I'd rather be as physically fit as I can and as strong as I can for a physical altercation than not. Everyone would be. That is talking about the benefits of being prepared and physical fitness here. So physical altercations does come into it, definitely, absolutely. And, and as does other sort of actions that people don't necessarily think of, but they always crop up, like carrying casualties, carrying stretchers and things like that. 4 people carrying a person on the stretcher for more than 100 meters, you're going to start to feel it. So, are you physically fit enough to do that? Most people can't lift anything without getting injured. Can you swim more than 50 meters? That's it. That was always some sort of water-based swimming test. I used to give to my students when we used to teach them sailing, to the boat and back and that sort of thing, and in cold water. And like we said, can you chop wood for a couple of hours? And you might be fit enough to do it. Are your hands conditioned? You might get blisters and that sort of thing. There's so many factors come into it, but functional fitness all revolves around look at the lifestyle you lead in. Can you we're going to start living a raw version of your existence at the moment. Can you lug a load of stores around? It's going to be a lot of lifting. Can you lift a load of heavy water jerry cans, fuel jerry cans, lifting the generator from the garage to the garden or whatever, digging holes? You might have to do anything from digging a hole to bury someone, or digging a hole to put your generator in to keep it quiet. You might have to be carrying loads of rocks.
Or dig a hole to build you a shelter or something.
Exactly, yeah. And then before you know it, you're on foot and you're walking away somewhere. So like Guardian says, walking is really good. If I was to advise anyone to where to start, walking would be a good start. Can you walk at least 3 miles, for instance?
I can't tell you how great it felt. So after COVID, damn it, I said the word. I think people say the word anyway. I'll try not to say the magic word. That's silly. I think that a lot of people say it all the time. I don't think that you're going to get into trouble for saying it. Will you, Shadow? Sorry, I don't know. I'm just going to move past it.
The red dragon seems to be a favourite.
No,
that's what I'm classical.
Gosh. Okay. So after the thing that happened that we don't talk of, so like after that, obviously, even during that time, I tried to be like get out and stuff like that, but I did definitely pick up a bit of weight and stuff, and I felt like a bit sluggish. And once I had to walk specifically to help somebody out, and it was quite a distance that I had to walk. And when I did the distance, I remember it took me about 3 hours. It's about a 3-hour walk, and this is after I hadn't done much activity for like quite a while, like about a year, I'd say, like a year and a half to 2 years of not doing any like very strenuous activity.
Yeah.
And then I took about a 3-hour walk, and I cannot tell you like how good that felt. Like afterwards, just getting back, like how good your endorphins like make you feel, and it's kind of like a changing moment. Actually, in where I'm at right now with regards to my level of fitness, like it definitely made me want to have that more. So you're absolutely right about walking. It feels so good. Like if you can, and even if you just go for like a whatever capability that you have to walk, like just get out there, and obviously be safe when you are out there as well. Stay alert. I'll always tell people to do that when I'm advising them to go outdoors. But like, or join a hiking group on like Facebook. Look up a local Facebook group with hiking or something like that. Like, try and get involved in something like that too. Maybe make some friends along the way. We're in the age of loneliness. People need people. Like, you can't be alone. So if you're listening to me right now and you do feel like alone sometimes, why not join like a local community group of like Facebook or something as well, where you join like a hiking group and people make friends through that way. And it's also people that are into the outdoors and stuff. And just shooting some.
Hiking groups are definitely a good one. We see them around here, and they're quite popular, especially with the older folk, because it also gives them an opportunity to meet people as well. Running clubs as well, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I didn't even know, right? So I went to my morning workout. I left like the house because on Fridays I leave the house at 4 to do like my morning workout and stuff. And then there was a race that I ran. Like I was just coming back from the beach side, and I saw all these cars on that, and they actually had done like, I had set up a race. I fortunately got some video footage or whatever. But they'd set up a race, and then I was able to like compete in the race as well for a bit. Not obviously get a ticket on my, like a badge number, race number, or anything like that. But just like at least like run alongside of the guys for a while, and it was quite nice. Like just
guest appearance.
Yeah, exactly. And then the nice thing about it is just like the atmosphere and the attitude of everybody that's out there, and everybody. So even if you can't run but you can walk, there's walking groups and stuff as well for people that can walk. And like, if you can do something like that, you can even get involved in that, like as a start off. It's really awesome.
I knew a bloke. I was out last year, and I saw this bloke, and we got chatting because he went past in a walking group, and the talking point was the t-shirt I was wearing. I was wearing an army t-shirt, and he used to be stationed near me, but both of them were back in the army, and we both got talking, and he basically was saying that his mum had died during lockdown, his brother had recently died, and his sister had died. He'd lost, a large portion of his family, and he's glad he got joining the walking group that he was in, because it got him meeting different people, and it sort of snapped him out of a big rut, really. And he didn't really know how depressed he was until he got talking to people who were nice and cheerful, and he was in a cheery environment. and out in the air and seeing different things, and so definitely a good thing to do. Just seeing the comments Ungrateful Pleasant's making in the comment section there, it reminds me of Army's fitness standards and stuff. And there's a reason why every army in the world focuses on fitness, and it's for the same reasons why people should focus on fitness for any sort of preparedness event. So that's a good example of why it's so important. But if we're talking about rucking, for instance,
it's such good conditioning. It's the US. It's most military's #1 go-to for extreme conditioning. That's why rucking is absolutely amazing. It changes you as a whole.
Various armies focus on slightly different things. I've noticed the American Army focus more on upper body strength. You get the French who just focus on running. The British focus on endurance. They're more like a CrossFit sort of group. The majority of British Army physical training 3 times a week will be circuit training, heavily on circuit training, a run, and a tab or a ruck at the end of the week. They're a bit of an all-rounder, but the main point is they all regard fitness high on the priority list. If you join the Army, Navy, or Air Force and you can't run or you're unfit, then stand by, because you're going to be for a hard time to begin with. Get fit is the key indication there. So you want to get fit. So how do you start? So start slow and build yourself up. And if you're going to talk, if you want to ruck or walk or build yourself up for your bug out route, or for the ability to walk at least say 3 miles, fine. You're going to establish where you're going to get the blisters. You're going to establish your hydration requirements and all this sort of stuff. You're going to know the route to take, because you're going to be walking it, practicing it. You're going to be wearing the same sort of load on your back, I'd suggest. You don't want to go too heavy. You want to wear the right gear, the right footwear. You want to wear the footwear that you're going to potentially bug out with intentionally. You want to do a combination of run, walk, run, and all that sort of thing. And you can start incorporating, you're going to feel a bit of DOMS the next 3 weeks, delayed onset muscle soreness, where you get sore legs and stuff, your muscular sort of soreness. But that, 3 weeks time, that'll be gone. And then you'll be...
Hey, Vanessa, Kitty, good to see you.
Hey, Vanessa. You'll be on sort of a big progression curve upwards then. And you'll get... Your mindset will start to change. You'll start to enjoy it. And you'll almost get to the point where you can't imagine not going for walks or runs or fitness training. That's the sort of mentality people get into, you see, and it's a good thing. As long as you don't overdo it, and you go to the 2 extremes here. Lack of fitness or physical training can be just as bad as too much. Overtraining can be quite debilitating, because it starts...
such thing as overtraining. No
you don't think?
I'm joking. No, I know, absolutely. There is definitely like a level where somebody, if they do it all day, every day, having a balance is obviously extremely important, and also making it fun, making sure that like fitness stays enjoyable for yourself, and that you're not too hard on yourself with like dietary choices. That you should have a good diet. Don't get me wrong. Diet is very important. Diet's actually, Preparedness Veteran was just recently telling me about the fact that diet is like 70% or something like of your fitness, and I believe that 100%. However, I do believe as well that like taking little bits of at like a gathering or something, having like a bit of cake every now and again or something, like making it so that you either go militant with about your level of fitness or nothing at all is a bad idea. Like, just meet yourself somewhere in the middle. Do the best that you can and improve every day. Like, try and make gradual improvements. And like, most of the time I have no sugar in my coffee, but I also will sometimes put like 1 teaspoon of sugar in my coffee just because it tastes nice every now and again. And I know that that's not something that's very advisable. And like right now, I'm busy eating bread with honey on it. Bread's not very good. But honey is like something that's actually quite healthy. So there's a little bit of health to it. But I mean, realistically, bread and honey is not what I should be eating like in terms of like fitness and stuff, right? I should be eating like apples, bananas. But that's what I'm saying. Like you can't be like, you can't be so like stubborn about it. And if you look at where I've come from in the last year, I can and like all the workouts and stuff that I've done, I think I can excuse myself having a damn honey sandwich. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can't live like a monk all the time. Everything in moderation is the key, including training. If you, I mean, I've seen people train so much that their immune system starts to break down. And we're talking about the fanatical people who, let's give an example. Triathletes. I know some triathletes who are training that much. They were that focused on, it's okay training in one aspect. When you're talking triathletes, they're doing cardio, they're doing strength training, they're swimming, running, biking, all that sort of stuff, day after day after day. And this guy's immune system started to break down, and he basically just had to stop. But that's the point is, doing way too much is just as bad as not doing any at all. So you got to have a balance there. You got to give yourself time to recover in various aspects.
I think a good balance, like, that number, a good number is about 73,000 push-ups or something a year. Like that, that's a good place where you want to be.
Well, you see, giving yourself some sort of benchmark, like Guardian there, I mean, he's pushed himself pretty hard, and he achieved 73,000 push-ups last year. So he's established himself a benchmark there. He knows what he can achieve here, you see, and he can always start pushing the boundaries more. Yeah,
I'm going to beat the world record one day. I'm going to be a world record holder, and I'm not saying that like lightly. Like, I mean it when I say that. I'm actually going to do it. Like the next couple of years. So that's really what I'm focusing on at the moment. And yeah, so last year, 200 plus push-ups every day. And I know that it seems stupid, right? Because I know that too much balancing on like push-ups is not a good thing, because you're supposed to counter it with a good amount of pulling exercises, which is what I've been implementing recently. But I've also been doing like stepping up my push-ups like way more. On average, every day I'm doing like 1,000 plus at the moment. And yeah, it's a story. You can subscribe to my YouTube channel. It's Guardian Fitness. You can type it into YouTube. Sorry, I'm being cheeky, but yeah.
Go on. There's no worries. No worries. Nothing wrong with a plug. Yeah. So. Yeah, I'd say
a couple of years ago, when we were hiking with my scouts, my backpack I had at the time, and I still have it. We had in mind to do an overnight or two, so that was fun. And my backpack were filled up, basically, and that was really heavy. But I took that and I kept a pretty good speed when I walked. So, and I walked at least 2.5, 3 kilometers with that heavy pack on my back, and that was no problem for me.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. You know, you got to have functional. I think the key words are functional mobility. People don't realize the benefits and the enjoyment of being healthy and free moving, and just the ability to walk around and do the everyday things pain free and that sort of thing, and having full function. So being physically fit and having some sort of training program for SHTF, if you like, gives you functional mobility, and you got to incorporate into that nutrition, recovery, and watch the frequency of your workouts as well. As John McBean from another channel says, all training, doesn't matter what you do, just get out there and train. And that's just wise words, definitely. Do something is the key thing. If you're sat there and you cannot walk, if you haven't got any ailments or disabilities and you cannot walk 3 miles, then start to question yourself. Get up off your ass and get doing something, basically, because at the end of the day, if anything does happen, you're going to be in a world of hurt, big time. Start slow, build up, basically, and you can do, like I said, do a combination of walking, wear the right gear, get used to the footwear you're wearing. You're going to know where the blisters are going to start coming from, and footwear is a key thing as well. You see, because it doesn't matter how fit you are, if you get blisters after 2 miles, then they can be so crippling.
And so the right socks as well. Like, I cannot stress socks either. I'm sure that you agree.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I would wear. People are different. People got different hardness of feet, different shaped feet, different footwear. They're walking on different terrain, so you can't really say to someone, "You wear this, wear that," and all that sort of thing. But I like to wear 2 pairs of socks. That gets rid of my blisters. I know what footwear to wear. All my footwear are broken in. You got to break your footwear in.
Boot socks.
Yeah, and if you, no matter what you do, if you're still prone to getting blisters, I've got a video on this, by the way. Check my channel out. If you're still prone to getting blisters, there's other things you can do as well to harden your feet up, tape your feet up, and that sort of thing, and different taping techniques. The way people walk, for instance, a lot of people don't even walk properly. Their gait is completely wrong, and they don't realize the impact of walking incorrectly until they're doing 2 or 3 miles. Because after 2 or 3 miles of walking, if they're not actually walking properly, I'm talking foot strike, push off, and the next stride, this sort of thing, then they're going to start that is going to travel up the leg and manifest itself somewhere like your shins, your knees, your hips, or your back. So you can iron all these things out beforehand. And the old classic saying, prevention is better than cure. It's so important when it comes to walking, especially when you're walking a long way. And if we're talking about 15 miles plus, then these sorts of things are going to come out of the woodwork. They're going to come and get you, and they're going to come and play on your mind over and over again. It's going to be a contest of mind over matter, So,
one thing quickly, just to interject, if I may, just one thing quickly.
Yeah, go on.
So ankle rotations are something that I cannot stress as well, like when it comes to making sure that you don't sprain your ankles. So just basically rotating your ankles like as often as you can. Make sure that the synovial fluid, which is the fluid that goes through... Oh, wait, let me... Wait. My camera is terrible at the moment, so I'll speak to you guys like that. So the synovial fluid that goes through your joints keeps your... it's pretty much the fluid that makes... It's like the oil that runs through a car, right? It keeps your joints lubricated and stuff, and make sure that you don't get damaged. So when you are... Whatever you do, if you're doing wrist exercises or push-ups or anything, always be rotating and moving your joints as well, so that your joints end up staying a lot more flexible and mobile. And then with your ankles as well, and I'll finish up here quickly, let you continue preparedness. So I think that when it comes to your ankles, so moving your ankle like that in your shoe as well, making sure that it's a big hiking tip, making sure that you never have sprained ankles, because that can end your life. In the wrong situation, not being able to run, really can be a detriment to you. So just rotate your ankles often. Make sure that you do that. It's really important.
Yeah, I'll just answer that Vanessa Kitty one in a second. But like Guardian was saying there, if it's not until you get injured and you have to go and see a physiotherapist that you realize the benefits of various motions, movements, and actions, like you were saying there about synovial fluids, movement, and joints, rotation, this sort of thing.
Hey, Ada, Garden Girl, good to see you.
Hey, Gigi. If anyone's ever had
Gail.
a broken ankle or sprained ankle and they've gone to physio, you would have probably had some sort of exercise where your feet are on some sort of rubber ball, and a lot of stability exercise, joint stability exercises, and this sort of thing. So it stresses, it sort of validates the importance of joint stability and recuperation. And as Guardian says there, your joint strength and keeping them functional is super important. But I'll just go back to what Vanessa Kitty says there. Where was it? Can you function without a right shoulder blade? Nervous system damage that degraded over time with no known fix. Right. So when it comes to injuries or any sort of disability or dysfunction or lack of mobility, then slightly different kettle of fish. I mean, there's only so much you can physically do. So if you haven't got a right shoulder blade, you're talking sort of a biomechanical movement which is now restrictive. You can still do something. You've just got to basically adapt. And adaptation is the key when it comes to some sort of disability. There's been plenty of examples of people in wheelchairs that have been, if you're in a wheelchair and your street starts to flood, how on earth are you going to get away? You're in a super dilemma. Or if you have got a walking stick, or if you can't, if you've got some sort of mobile walking mobility problem, then that's going to scupper you straight away. So you've got to adapt beforehand, adapt and compensate. Really, I know everybody's different and everyone's unique, so you got to play it by ear. And whatever situation you're in, you've got to look at it and think how you can better it and how you can cope in certain circumstances. So that shoulder blade crushed inwards and snapped apart in 1993. Right, so it sounds like Vanessa's had some sort of bad injury there. It's a difficult one, definitely.
Yeah, it is.
And it's all individual based, because her injuries will be completely different from another person who's had something similar. There could be underlying damage there, tendons, ligaments, all sorts of things. So definitely adaptation is got to be the key. And you've just got to, I wouldn't say just deal with it, but at the end of the day, that's what you got to do. But, there's various aids you could use, I suppose. Yeah, difficult one. So, we've talked about walking and rucking, that sort of thing, and there's various techniques people can do. And the benefits of walking are really, far underestimated.
Yeah, it is.
You can have, you can take your time and go on a long, slow walk. You can go on a fast walk. You can vary it. All sorts of training regimes you can incorporate into a long walk. But, at the end of the day, it's training. What are you trying to achieve? I wouldn't carry, if your bug out bag weighs 50 pounds, for instance, I wouldn't train with 50 pounds because it's unfeasible. I've never trained
Maybe
with more
25.
I wouldn't go with more than 35 pound. 35 pound has been my sort of go-to weight for me. My target speed is 4 miles an hour. That's a good speed. But you got to do a fitness rating to your scenario. Like I say, start off small, gradually build yourself up. Don't get too extreme, because if you do try and smash 6 miles an hour with 50-pound rucksack, in 2 months' time, you're going to be injured. And a lot of people, they don't really realize the benefits of warming up or cooling down either. Spend a good 10 minutes warming up, 10 minutes cooling down, and in the middle do a 20 minutes or whatever your session's going to be, working session. You got to.
Yeah. Gil here says, with 3 bulging discs, 2 protruding discs, degraded cartilage in knees and ankles makes it harder to exercise and lose weight, but I have to keep pushing through. Low impact exercises help. So, what do you say about that?
Well, no, I'm not. I'm not going to be some sort of physiotherapist, injury consultant online, but
no, your opinion about it.
It sounds like he's got some. Can you just put that comment back up there? Right, so 3 bulging discs. I'll take it he's talking about his discs in his back. It depends where they are. Cervical, thoracic, lumbar. That would depend on, that would also indicate abilities. 2 protruding discs. Degraded cartilage in knees and ankles. Makes it harder to lose weight and exercise. Right. So basically, the lowest form of exercise. So Dior says, Dior, yeah, okay. PVUK at protonmail.com. Anyway, the lowest form of impact training I would suggest to people as a good starter would be swimming. Because it gets all your limbs moving, all your joints moving. It does raise your heart rate. It's no impact on the joints or anything like that. But it also, if someone is doing swimming as a means to gain cardiovascular fitness, it's not that good, because when you're swimming, you're in almost a horizontal position, so your heart isn't pumping to the extremities as hard as it would be when you're vertical. It's a good, it's a good non-impact event, definitely. But if people can't do that, and it sounds like he couldn't do that because of his slip discs, his knees, etc., then that gets really, really difficult. Really difficult.
I will say from prior experience, if nothing else, diet literally, I mean, for me, it was almost everything, I mean, exercise did help, but like when I was trying to get myself physically fit to join the military like 10 years ago, the biggest thing for me was actually see a certified like dietitianist, sport nutritionist, and that got things kind of kickstart. I mean, like I said, the exercising got things kickstart, but they kind of sent me in the correct direction and got my metabolism dialed in just right, where it's primarily, it really wasn't a keto diet. Some would probably say it was, but it wasn't. It was just, I guess you'd say it was me counting the carbs and sugars and kind of going ham with the proteins. I mean, I was also counting the fats too, but it got they had dialed it in so much that I was also counting the individual carbohydrates and sugars that were naturally found in the fruits and vegetables I would be eating for my dietary regimen. And for me, it was eating 6 small meals throughout the day, and that pretty much that's what helped.
There's a lot of ways you can speed your metabolism up.
Help with the blood sugar spikes. And I was gonna say, as Guardian Fitness originally said, and I wanted to pipe up, but you guys kept going, so I was just trying to be quiet.
Go on.
But he was saying, I would really like to have like a honey and banana sandwich or something like that, or something along those lines. Honey is good for you and all that, and sure it is. I mean, I don't know the exact nutritional content, but just for the sake of argument, an apple and honey I don't know what I couldn't give you an exact measurement, but would say like 1 ounce of apple and 1 ounce of honey. Theoretically, I mean, they've got equally about the same amount of sugars. The difference is, though, is the apple's got vitamins, but the biggest thing is the fiber that's inside the apple. It actually helps slow the absorption rate of the carbohydrates and sugars. And that's,
it's got a lower GI rating.
Yeah.
Sugar spikes are a big thing, and you might
That's
sugar per
that's
meal.
that's the whole weight gain issue. That's part of the whole overeating issue. Is like I said, you spike your blood sugar, and it just has all kinds of negative impacts. One of them being uncontrolled appetite, and like I said, you're when you have the blood sugar spikes, then your body stops metabolizing whatever sugars and carbohydrates you're taking in, and it starts turning into fats.
It's also bad for your aging, like your body's aging overall, to go through those spikes, like with the sugar and stuff too. Like I know that's something that is also like kind of bad about having, it's 10 p.m. here, and then having like a honey sandwich kind of thing as well. So the way that I also see it, right, is that because I have an extremely high metabolism because of the type of workouts that I do, because I do way more exercise than the average person, right? Than I should actually. I'm at like 1,000 push-ups a day, and I'm currently doing like, I think about 75 pull-ups per day as well. And then I would say on average about 15 kilometers of walking. So like, and that's every single day. So, and it's also like carried heavy weights walking. So that's why when I say that when I do eat, my body, I'm always very hungry. And obviously because of the amount of exercise that I'm doing, it's not advisable for everybody to eat the way that I should actually be eating way better. But the thing is, quite honestly, here in South Africa, our inflation has become really bad. So making sure that my family has like, food, good dinner and stuff as well, rather than like loading myself up with the correct kind of like, I don't know, like it's just a whole long thing. Like the inflation in South Africa is really bad. I'm not saying that we're struggling or that I'm not asking for pity at all in any way. We're okay.
No.
Trust me. Like, there are people that are way worse than us, always. Like we're in a country where I see that every day, where people are like struggling like intensely, and it's heartbreaking. I'm not going to go through that right now, but it's the whole thing. It really, really is bad. So what I'm saying is that in terms of what I should be eating, and to the people out there that want to get fit, but they don't figure that they could on the diet because of cost or something like that, you can pretty much have like a low income budgetary diet and still be really fit. You just got to make sure that when you do get the opportunities, that you do get that fruit in. That apple that you're talking about now with those fibers, it's golden. Like it's so good for you to have like also variety in your diet, and then also like spices so that your gut bacteria is strong. Like, it's really interesting. But yeah, continue, Dios.
Yeah. Well, and then I'm kind of glad you brought up the whole, being hungry and stuff. So back right before I joined the Navy, like, even though I was like physically fit, there were times where I got like super, super hungry and like, just, just have cravings, I just want to eat something. And my go-to is either wolf down like a can of tuna or wolf down a couple cans of chicken or something like that. Just so that way I can get the, and cravings to stop, so, because there are times where it's just like, I'm following my dietary regimen. It's like, I am still hungry. And the only guilt-free food right at this moment I can eat that won't negatively impact me too much is just wolf down some more protein. But I can't remember the guy's name. I think it was like, there's a bodybuilder over here in the U.S. The guy weighs in at over 400 pounds. But he's just pure, just solid muscle. Like his arms are twice as big as my thighs, his forearms, like forearms and upper arms, just big guy. I don't remember what kind of strength contest he's in. I'm not sure if they call it Hercules or something like that. But he, on a daily basis, he's like taking in like an obscene amount of calories. Like even when he's not working out, he's taking in an obscene amount of calories just to maintain muscle mass. It's like something outrageous, like 4,000 or 5,000 calories of food. But I mean, the problem is the average person nowadays, especially here in the U.S., they take in 4,000 or 5,000 calories worth of food, but they're not doing 4,000 or 5,000 calories worth of work. You know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's probably on up to about 8,000 calories plus at that sort of level with a load of steroids.
People he's not doing steroids as far as I'm aware. I think it was all natural, but like did years and years of strength conditioning. He's not doing photo shoots. His body is not pretty like for photo shoots. It's just for show to, show him, physically moving heavy objects that the average person wouldn't be able to dream to be able to move. It's not, Arnold Schwarzenegger and doing like, photo ops back in the 1980s type body. No, he's just basically doing these physical strength contests.
Yeah. Well, I think we got to adopt some sort of, tone it down a bit for any sort of SHTF or preparedness events. You don't have to look good. You don't have to adopt some sort of super regime. As long as you're functional and you can, like I say, functional fitness, the ability to, at the basic level, lift your own body weight out of safety, pull someone else to safety, walk minimum 3 miles. That would be my absolute, minimum to someone to say, can you do that? And then start building on from that. And then,
and see, like that right there, what you're talking about, that's absolute being, it's being pragmatic. It's, practical.
Yeah, exactly.
Practical, like you said, practical fitness. Can you go out there and split wood? Yeah. And can you be able to carry a light load on your back and be able to walk long distances?
Yeah,
can you run 1 or 2 miles?
Yep. The ability to build on from that, and once you get into some sort of fitness regime, you can start doing all sorts of stuff from hill work to speed work and circuit training, or you can be playing squash or whatever. But as long as you can come back and you can tick those boxes and say, yeah, I can do that. I can lift myself up. I can get out of this. I can walk to safety and this sort of thing, depending on the scenario where you live. Then that's the key basis. What we're talking about. People should have a goal and train up to it. It's a lot of all these. You see all these big bodybuilders and stuff like that. Good luck is what I say, because it's not conducive to a normal. They're not normal people. It's not a normal life they lead. Everything revolves around eating and training. That's their life. Look forward to the next shake, the next injection, the next this and that, And it's when you stop that all of a sudden because of some event, for instance, then their body's going to go through some drastic changes pretty quickly, and it's not going to feel good on their behalf.
And I was going to say that's not practical for grid down, crap hits the fan, because though, like I was saying, that one guy, he's eating an obscene amount of calories just to maintain muscle mass, not to lose weight, not to gain weight, just to maintain. And I don't know anybody's prepper larder, that's going to be large enough to support something like that. He won't have the time. He won't have the time to do that.
I will definitely argue this point, and not because I will ever be that big guy, for example. I also focus on functional fitness. I really do, and I think that it's super important to me. I also love calisthenics and, martial arts tricking. There's a lot of enjoyment in acrobatics as well. There's a lot of things that I thoroughly enjoy that are not focused around me being like a big tank or cannon, right? But this is important. is that if you really think about group dynamics in a community and you want to have the absolute best dynamics in a group that you can, you want your big cannons. I promise you that in a lot of situations when it comes to close quarter combat and stuff like that, like even though these guys will take a lot to feed, I will gladly contribute a lot of what I'm able to harvest and which is a large amount. I've been like studying this specifically like in my local area for a very, very long time, and I'm all about group and community preparedness. And in no way am I saying this in any egotistical way. I'm saying this on the behalf of the people that I do know that are trustworthy and are really big guys, that I would want those guys to be around me at all costs because I can trust them. Not only can I trust them, but they're also guys that are very, very like focused on that big bulk centric type of lifestyle, but they would definitely be able to hold their own in a rough situation. So you want a group that's got a lot of variety. I also really don't want too many of those guys around because then you're not going to be able to like, you need a certain amount of balance. But what I'm saying is having tanks around, as Vanessa is saying there, is a very good thing because I don't want to go up against one of those guys when there's a can of beans. There's a can of beans on the table. It's me against one of these big tank guys. He's going to get the can of beans. I'm sorry. That's how that goes down.
No, I wasn't saying having those big guys around is a bad idea. I'm just saying
I'm playing
trying to maintain that muscle mass, as we were saying. You know, it's going to be very, very difficult to do. At some point in time, somebody's going to be losing. They're going to be losing their muscle mass because either they can't feed it, you know, as they were before when the grid was up, or they're not going to be able to exercise like they used to. And it's just going to be the practical exercises as we were talking about, the day-to-day chores.
Yeah. No, I'm just honestly playing devil's advocate. Like, I'm not saying that you were saying that. I'm saying that the general consensus about, because I've been part of how many different discussions about this topic as well. And that's why, like, I'll always play. If we were speaking about disabilities as well, I'd like, be on the side of the disabilities as well, because I understand that like there's people that have, and I've mentioned this before, where there's like people that might not be as physically fit, but they've got other capabilities. Like there's so many different types of different people that have strengths and stuff as well. And I know that you've always said that as well. I know you also believe in that. So like that's why we're on the same page with that. I think it's always interesting, like looking at different types of people and how they can benefit in the modern world, the skills that they've got right now, how they would relay those in an SHTF as well. Like, I think that's always a fascinating, thought experiment.
Yeah.
There is a training system that has been around for a while, what they call CrossFits.
Yeah.
That is probably pretty versatile way to
CrossFit's it's a super fit sport, and it is an all-rounder sport. It's a good thing to get into. There's loads of different types of things people can adopt, and a lot of them could be enjoyment as well, and a lot of them can have alternative uses like orienteering. That's a very good one because you're running around hills, you're navigating, you're thinking under pressure, under time constraints. Little events like that, or sailing, for instance, rock climbing. It's all strength exercises which have some sort of secondary skill attached to it. But yeah, CrossFit is a very good one because you're talking about running, balancing, lifting, speed work. It's good to be in that situation and having the enjoyment of going through that. But not many people can, like you say. As long as you're an all-rounder, I think all-round fitness and functionality and mobility is key.
You could also look at you can also think about a lot of situations where your big group community dynamic works in a lot of situations, but in some scenarios it really doesn't, and it can actually be much more beneficial to be lighter and that's where I think it leans on what Dios was saying as well, where it helps to be lighter, nimble, where you can evade, you can be, tricky, you can almost be, if you're a lot more conscious and alert of that type of thing, you'd be crafty, you know what I'm saying? There's a difference in, and if you can, because evasion, as we said earlier, right? The best combat is combat you can avoid. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, yours.
Oh, I was just saying, see you later, Gil. Gil, I guess, taking off.
All right, let it go. Keep on, man. Why don't you join the panel if you come back later? It'd be great to have you around. I know Gil's actually pretty knowledgeable on that as well, to a degree.
Weapons and martial skills should always be part of training, Vanessa. Yeah.
Yeah, so, there's lots of things you can adopt, enjoy, and do. And, your frequency could be every day, every other day, once a week, twice a week. As long as you're getting out there and doing something and functioning, that's the main sort of brunt of it. But yeah, I would always adopt some form of walking, rucking, hill walking into the equation, definitely, because if everything goes complete ball of chalk, then you can always revert back to walking. Shanks's pony, or you can ride a bike if you can't walk properly, or your functionality is not there for that. It's quite a few things.
Bike's also really good for your legs. Bike doesn't damage your knees the way that running does.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a good low impact sport. But it's funny. It's not the same kind of fitness as running. I did a couple of triathlons, and you get off the bike. You do your swim, fine. That's not so much of a problem. Get onto the bike, do the bike session, go from the bike to the run. Oh my god, your legs literally like jelly for the first mile or so. Completely. I mean, we had a guy come up for selection. He was a cyclist. Thought it was the bee's knees. Really fit, etc., etc. Couldn't run couldn't run to save his life. Absolutely useless. But he had, completely different fitness, and likewise, a lot of people have completely different makeup. A lot of people are composed differently, different muscle fiber. Some have fast twitch, some have slow twitch muscle fibers. Yeah, rubber legs, as Ungrateful Peasant there said there. Yeah. So, yeah, being an all-rounder is definitely a good thing to be, I think. But don't discount nutrition, because that plays a huge part in it. Have a balanced diet. You look at a lot of athletes, specifically bodybuilders, but a lot of athletes are going down this road of looking at their macros, they call it, their macronutrients in their diet. How many carbs are they eating? How much protein they eating? And all this sort of stuff.
That was what I was talking about before. Yeah. When I seen a sport nutritionist.
But you don't have to go down to that level of detail. But when you get to a certain level, you start looking at this as sort of parkour, really.
I'm just saying it does help, though. It does help.
Oh, definitely,
and I don't know, when you start seeing the results yourself, it really, just further motivates you. But it helped me because it also gave me a little bit of accountability. I was accountable to that person to make sure that I was showing results because I was following their regiment.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, of course, I'm being accountable to myself because I'm paying for it, but I'm being accountable to them, not disappointing them, doing what's supposed to be doing. Because the biggest issue they had with me was sometimes I'd skip meals or not be eating and, starving myself. And then you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing because you're you're slowing down your metabolism. You can start doing that.
I think that different people's personality types function better as well off of different stimuli. So say, for example, like for myself, I actually benefit the most off of not having like a buddy that I'm working out with or something like that, right? I don't act, but then there's people that actually really do thrive off that too, where they actually greatly benefit from having like a team or something as well. I think it really comes down to personality types and stuff as well. A lot of the time, like I just end up, if I'm like working out and I've got a workout buddy or something and they flake, and I've done this in previous years as well, and then they flake as well, it's much easier for me to be like, oh, well, I'll wait until next week when they're ready, and then they're not ready. And then it also kind of, throws me off as well.
Yeah. Yeah. If you've got someone of equal ability, it's good to bounce off of each other, and you start getting into a competitive mindset then, and that can be a good thing. You try and outdo each other or push each other to the maximum.
That would actually be, you could get way more gains because of that. And that's where I don't have that, because it's just me competing against myself, right?
Right.
So if I can be happy and comfortable with my goals, which if I was competing against somebody else wouldn't have actually been, great in any way compared to like that competition that can push.
Yeah, if you're on your own, then this is where you get more of a mental robustness that kicks in. You've got to dig deep and pull it out yourself and keep yourself motivated then, and you've got no one else to bounce off of or compete with. So it can be just as hard, well, probably harder on your own, actually, I'd say. There's just looking at interesting comment back there from Idaho Garden Girl. I do gardening. It really helps me during the summer. Right, so let's talk about gardening fitness.
I mean, I'm going to say this much, Idaho. I did have a personal trainer at the beginning, like I said, when I was trying to get myself in shape. But I found more results from the dietitian. That's because, as PV has said in the past, you can't out exercise a bad diet.
Yeah. Yeah, so she's talking about gardening. Even the fittest people, when you start getting used to...
Lulu, good to see you.
Hey, ice cold Lulu. When you start getting into some sort of tunneled training program, if you're concentrating in one specific area and you also all of a sudden switch to another form of training, that can be just as hard as starting from scratch. So, for instance, if you get someone who's regularly gardening, theorizing here now, they're bending over the time, they're lifting up all the time, they're almost doing a deadlift with small items, but it builds up throughout the day. If you're not used to that sort of function and motion, you're going to feel it the next day. And I've experienced this. One of my friends invited me to play golf once, and so I went out there. We whack a couple of balls around, because that's what you do when you're a novice. You just hit the ball as hard as you can and see how far you can get it. Next day, my back was all was pretty sore, because I weren't used to the golfing swing motion or whatever I was doing. And so going back to the functional fitness thing, gardening will be, or could be, depending on what situation you're in, a key aspect of the longevity side of SHTF. If everything goes south, and you're now relying on supplementing your diet with gardening, or the food that you're growing, then bending over on your knees, raking things, trawling things, lifting, weeding, all this sort of stuff. The hard labor that goes with gardening is quite a physical activity. So
the weeding is, as you mentioned as well, and just like being out there is so good for you, because obviously human beings are meant to be outdoors, right? So a lot of the time, so if you spending time in the garden, you'll just be so much happier. Like you get this weird type of gardening addiction where you actually just want to be in the garden all the time. And then unfortunately, if you have a job where you need to be indoors, That's funny, but like people just do so much better outdoors. It's better, like just obviously wear like a nice hat or something as well, and suntan lotion, whatever. But the thing is, just being out there and like the air is much better out there, more fresh air. It's just so much better for a person, like to be outdoors, and then just being around that nature is so good. And then having your fresh fruits and vegetables that you can eat, that you grew yourself, it's really good for you too. And then obviously because it's vegetables and fruits that come from the local area, your body does benefits a lot more because of that as well.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of.
Lulu says, I have a strong grip and I can lift people and being very bendy in my joints, as you know. Yeah, I know that. You have a really strong grip, my friend.
Good. You know, I've seen having a pet as well, a dog specifically, is pretty good for someone's overall health. Not only for the companion side of it and the friendship side of it, because you're looking after an animal and, you know, it becomes part of the family, but I've seen it gets people out and walking and forces them to move. And I've seen people that their pet has died and they haven't got a new pet for, say, 3 months. You see it 3 months later. They actually put on weight because they haven't, you know, it was their pet dog that made them get up and take it for a walk twice a day. And that's what kept them in some sort of fitness. Because, you know, when the dog died, they didn't go out anymore, basically. So pets, you know, the benefits of having a cat or dog, dog, you don't walk a cat, you know, the benefits of having a dog. If you are on your own, then it can benefit you in a whole host of ways. And, you know, not only that, but it's a good early warning system, protector, and all this sort of stuff. So don't discount dogs either. Yeah.
Having a cat around is extremely good for your cardio health. I don't know if you know that. Like, if you look into the research of it, they found out that a cat being nearby human beings is actually good for your heart.
Yeah, I was going to say about to say that.
I was expecting some sort of joke.
No, well, actually, and it's funny, you know, like I said, I know you joke about it a little bit, but actually there are some people that do go out there and walk cats. There are some cats that are leash trained. Not many, but there's some out there.
Yeah.
But like, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that just having a pet around, I'm just gonna say this from cats, they help lower stress, which, you know, kind of helps with your heart.
Any animal, yeah. Chickens as well. They can be good little friendly companions, I've heard. And they got a good return with eggs and stuff like that. But yeah, definitely.
So, Shadow, read out that comment that I just pasted now, please, just so that people know. I'm actually a dog person, and I'm advocating for cats here. You see what I'm talking about? So, like, if you can, the 2 comments, there we go. The first one, read that for us, please.
Scientific evidence also shows that a cat's purr can calm your nervous system and lower your blood pressure, improve your cardiovascular health. Cat owners have been reported to carry a...
I put the next sentence because I obviously copy-pasted
lower risk for heart disease and stroke.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I have 3 cats.
I know you do, Shadow, and it's great that you do. Do you see that? That's actually really good for your heart to have the cats around. So thank your cats, you know, be grateful. Yeah. And also the thing is that cats have a weird type of intelligence. Don't mess with cats. I'm just saying, like, cats, I love the fact that, look, I'm definitely a dog person through and through, but I love that cats, like, if they don't like you, they're like, fine, they leave and they find another home that's like better for them. There's so many different situations where people have had, like, their cats leave and go live by their neighbor because they just preferred their neighbor. Like, they live what they want to live. If you don't
respect them. Good to see you.
I have heard of stories of cats, you know, cat owners having cats, you know, the cats go outside on a regular basis and they're gone for a while. They notice that over time their cat's gaining weight and they find out, oh, this cat's going to a whole nother neighborhood a few blocks down the street that way and somebody's feeding it.
Yeah, it's got a new home. It has 2 homes now. So it's like, why not? You know?
Cats can be used as a weapon when thrown as well. Pretty crazy cat, man.
It's true. Oh my god, it's so true. Like
the weapon thing, or
I wouldn't believe that, right? But I've actually helped a friend get some feral cats out of a room, some feral kittens. Okay, and I promise you that there's nothing. You think that feral kittens are shame cute, whatever, feral kittens, right? You go near the feral kittens and try and grab one of those, they will bite through your nails, through your finger, to your bone. Like I'm not even joking. Like. And that's not even being like mean. You're not even mean to them. When you get close to them, that's another thing.
They call them feral cats for a reason.
I'm going to try giving the cat pills. That's
I don't know what to do in that situation.
Wear some welding gloves.
The one kitty even like jumped on my wife and like scratched her like chest like pretty hectically. Like they really are kittens and cats in general can. So very very good comment there. If you had to throw me with a cat like in a drastic situation and it's a scared cat as well and it's just going to open its claws and bite down on the first thing that attacks, or not a good situation.
So yeah, what are we on about? Yeah, as long as if anyone isn't fit or they don't do any form of exercise, then why not start? Get out there and do some form of training, no matter what it is. I'd start one off with a walk or something like that, and just gradually build yourself up from there. Yeah. And then you can start looking at everything from your footwear to your socks to your trousers to the shirt you're wearing, the contents of your rucksack. Don't put dead weight in your rucksack. It's pointless. Have some useful items in your rucksack. Don't have it too heavy. You can then identify where your rucksack's rubbing. You're going to get the rucksack sores on your back, blisters, chafing in your legs, and this sort of stuff. And it starts to get people thinking in lines of, where do they have to tape? You can
kind
use
of like what you were saying earlier. I'm just kind of bouncing off what you were saying earlier, with the making sure you get plenty of recovery in between the exercises. But the thing with training with rucksacks and bags, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but like one of the things I've noticed with most of the infantry, most of the guys that came from military background, that prior military, and they get out, most of them, if not all of them, I'd noticed they've all got, messed up knees and messed up backs from carrying, 100-pound rucksacks, because, that's requirement of the Marine Corps, requirement of the U.S. Army. You got to have X amount of gear on you at all time when you're getting ready to parachute out of the back of a plane.
When my average Bergen was 95 pounds. So I used to jump out with that, plus the 35-pound parachute, the reserve, etc., and hit the ground, and you go straight into an 18-mile assault march or something like that, tactical. And that's not so much the problem. The problem I've seen is injuries, is training. A lot of these people, they don't know how to train properly and look at the longer term effects. I mean, when you're younger and you're sort of up to the age of 25, you tend to go balls out and you do this and that. Everything's at maximum pace and maximum repetition and full speed left and right, and you don't realize the future. And this now should pertain to everyone at any age now. You got to train sensibly. Like I said, if your Bergen weighs 50 pounds, I wouldn't train with a 50-pound Bergen. I'd train with, say, a 35-pound Bergen, because you're training. You're not doing the events. As long as you know you can do it. Every now and then you could do what, a 50-pounder as a benchmark. So, ticking the box, do it. Go back to your 35-pound one after, because over time, it's going to have a big impact on your body. And I've seen a lot of guys who I was with who's had knee problems, ankle problems, hip problems. But you got to self-realization, you got to adapt. And a lot of these people I've seen just didn't, and they're all walking around with knackered knees and backs now through just going balls out and, you know, lack of sort of long-term coherence as to how they're training, really.
Yeah, well, I think that's what I was trying to get at, is like, because a lot of those guys on a regular basis, whether they were training or not with all that gear, is the fact that they had that gear on them. It seemed like quite often they must have had that gear on them, you know, more times than they didn't, you know, more times than not. And I think over time, with them exerting themselves, I should say, overexerting themselves, carrying that excess amount of equipment on their bodies, that, you know, over time it just ended up destroying cartilage in their knees and ruining discs in their lower back.
I mean, the body is quite a tolerant thing. I joined the army in 1985, and from the 80s to the 90s, there was a big realization and transition in the British Army, and it was the fact that up until the mid 80s in Britain, I don't know, the rest of the world could probably relate to this. Everybody of a younger age, you know, from teenagers and upwards or younger, were mostly wearing some sort of hard sole shoe or boot. They always used to wear boots, knocking around in, and their leg strength built up and built up and built up. And over the time when they're going through puberty and their bodies are developing, their bodies got robust. Anyway, all training in the army then was in boots. All the runs were in boots, the rucks or the tabs were in boots, etc. There wasn't that much of an issue. When the 90s came along, all the younger generation that started to filter through the army in the 90s, they didn't, you know, it was Nike generation. They all grew up with training shoes and these soft sole shoes and stuff like that, and their legs just were not as robust as the previous generation. And all of a sudden, there was a massive wave of people with lower leg injuries, ankles, shins, knees, not so much hips, and it was such a problem that the army had changed their doctrine or their training mandates to state that all runs were then in training shoes, and the only thing that was to happen in boots, unless you were any sort of frontline force or special unit, it was all to be done in training shoes.
Yeah,
and that was you know. So the key point is really you don't have to train specifically to your target. You can gradually build yourself up, build your bodily strength up over time. That's why I say, you know.
Yeah, I agree with that. But like you were saying before, don't be trying to carry the 50-pound rucksack all the time.
Yeah. And then, you know, if someone's bug out bag is 50 pound, then I'd question why it's 50 pound. It's far too heavy anyway. You should be able, you know, 35 pound is quite a good sort of ballpark figure.
Well, it's 50 pounds, so you can carry that year's worth of food that people allegedly carry in their bug out bags.
Well, bug outs should be, you know, getting to your place of safety, really, and that's it. And then once you got to your place of safety, the contents of your bag, you can throw them away literally, because the contents of your bag should be enabling you to get to your location. You know, if that's the scenario. But we're all talking about sort of ifs and buts here, really.
Yeah. Sorry, I mean the sidetrack.
No, it's not a sidetrack. But I know what Bob would say if he was here. He'd say, you know, we're in SHTF now, and the threat is some sort of physical confrontation. So if we look at the physical confrontation aspects of it, you know, yes, you want people as big as as you can, as Guardian said, to help you on your way and this sort of thing. Yes, touching martial arts would come into it, I suppose. But martial arts has got its own problems as well. If you want to be a competent martial artist, then I'll suggest you're doing a lot of training all the time in that sort of martial art. There's Bob there. You're probably better off learning 2 or 3 moves that you're.
Hey, Bob, good to see you.
Going to be fluent in and going to react as quick as you can straight away. Because if you're in your house and you get raided, it's going to come down to some sort of physical confrontation. So base your if that's your key threat, base your training around that sort of thing.
Bruce Lee said that you do not fear the man who has practiced 10,000 punches, but practiced one punch 10,000 times, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So I think a lot of the time in situations, those are actually the best.
Yeah, I agree with that, Gil.
Yeah. No, it's true.
Hey, Bob.
That'll work.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob. Welcome to the panel.
Thank you. Oh, Dior's, I haven't seen you around for a while. What's up?
Oh, last weekend was my birthday, so I had family that came out of state to come visit, and I think the weekend before that I was just too tired to show up to the panel. I was sleeping in. I think I just didn't get very good sleep.
Well, that must have been good to see your family again.
Yeah.
Good. You have a good little shindig. Birthday time. You get a cake.
Are we fitness?
No, we didn't go get cake. Went over to a restaurant that I hadn't been to in years, and I thought that they had completely closed up, and I found out it's a chain restaurant. I guess they had some restaurants down here in Texas. I'd originally only seen that restaurant chain up in Colorado. It's called Super Salad. It's kind of a buffet thing where you can build your own salads, and they got a lot of soups, but they also have some smaller items like breadsticks and pizzas, like little pizza squares, like a 2-inch by 2-inch pizza squares and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, good.
Bob, how was the Philippines?
Oh, it's okay.
Are you still down there?
No, we're back in Seattle now.
Oh, okay.
Yippee. Yeah. Left to 85, 90 degree temperatures and came home to below freezing.
Yeah. We had that.
You could be here, you know that, right? Like, you're in Seattle. Do you know what I would give for me and my family to be in Seattle? Like, you have no idea. So even though it's not the Philippines, it's definitely Seattle, which is awesome in itself. I know that there are problems everywhere you go. I know, but there's some great things about Seattle too.
There is. Yeah. Only a few people are radicals, but they make all the headlines.
Yeah.
It's always the loudest, right?
It's always the silent minority that makes the most noise and tries to influence the majority.
That's a fact. That is a fact.
Sorry, not the silent minority, the loud minority. My bad. It's the silent majority. That's what I'm thinking. Sorry.
That's where I was going. Well, I also just completely butchered it. Don't worry. It's fine. I butchered it way worse. It's fine.
Yeah, my old friend, he referred to radicals and all those weirdos as a flock of seagulls. They scream, fly in, shit all over everything, and then scream and fly out.
A good shotgun takes care of seagulls.
They do. Yes, sir.
Except for, when you're in certain areas, the seagulls are protected because there's another species of seafaring bird that's similar to that. Hey, cat, get down. Sorry. It's getting up on my computer.
Is that when it raises your blood pressure?
Yeah, that's when a cat raises your blood pressure. Sorry. I don't want him to accidentally, freaking knock me out of the live stream. I'm actually in a different part of the bedroom, and this headset I've got's got a really long USB cord, and it's like I glance over at the desk. It's like he's standing on the computer, like, get down. I don't want him to inadvertently press some keys on the keyboard and kick me out.
Saying if anyone wants to do any sort of strength training or fitness that doesn't incorporate walking or running, you don't have to go to a gym. You don't have to spend loads of money on fitness equipment. There's all sorts of different types of training programs and regimes you can adopt. Body weight training regimes, calisthenics, prison fitness programs, and stuff like that. And those have got, depending on how you do them, it can herald massive results just through body weight training. And if you want to, you can even build your own stuff as well. In fact, I remember, is it your brother-in-law Bob who made his own gym?
Yes, my brother-in-law. He handmade every one of those machines in there. Yeah,
he made he handmade and welded up and done everything and created his own sort of gym, basically, from bench press machines to pec decks to squat machines and everything. I think you got a video on it. Yeah,
that's on my channel. Yeah, that's his business.
Right. So he gets paying customers to come in and train you up. Right, so that's a good one.
Yes, he does. Yeah,
nice.
He also offers personalized lessons on bodybuilding and.
Right.
Yeah.
Good. And you can go down that road, or I mean, I don't go to any gym or anything like that. I do body weight training exercises, and I've got some plates, some dumbbells, a barbell, and just do my own stuff really. And people have got to work out what's good for them, what works for them, because through trial and error, you only know your own body, and you know what your body's capable of. You push it every now and then, give yourself a little tester, give yourself a benchmark. But it's all about enjoyment as well. Keep it moderate, keep it enjoyable, and if it is moderate and it is enjoyable, you do enjoy it, then it's going to be more of a long-term thing. It's when you start sort of shocking your system into a quick beast in here, or you give your missus a quick beast in, and she wants to do something 2 or 3 weeks down the line. Negativity starts to creep in, and they sort of shy away from it. So long-term goals is definitely key. And
there's Idaho Garden Girl. I just wanted to say hi.
Yeah.
I took a Screama harness, knife and stick from my wife for a couple of years, and I'd say the best benefit of martial arts is it gets you physically fit, and it teaches you how to keep going even when you're in pain. No matter what type you take, take a punch, take a stick strike, and keep going.
Yeah. Develop an awesome.
That takes time to learn that. As a beginner, that you will have serious problems to handle.
Yes, sir. I know you've worked with sticks a little bit, Shadow, and I'm sure you've had more than one bounce off your forehead. Oh boy, the first few times that happens, man, that you just about piss your pants, man. It hurts.
Yeah, it happened to me at least once or twice, but I agree that hurts.
Oh yeah, but you get used to it after a while.
Yeah, and you get hit, especially here.
Yeah,
that hurts
too. That's crossed your knuckles, and
that happened to me almost frequently. You get hit. Here.
Yeah, even if the wife knocked the stick out of my hand by striking my hand, she still make me do 10 push-ups because I dropped the stick.
Ice Cold Lulu question there. Training can be very boring after a while. What are your tips? I would say the key is variation, and you got to vary your training regime anyway, because you'll get used to it. And I would say ballpark figure every 12 weeks, 3 months, change your training regime. I mean, ideally, every training session should be as different as possible anyway. But it takes a lot of thought and planning to do that. You know?
Yeah.
And if you're doing training ad hoc, then you miss a couple of things. You can miss your goals. You don't know your progression as much. So, you know, if you go into the gym, if you're doing bench press and curls, for instance, and you start off doing 5 sets of 30 reps, for instance, a certain weight, in 3-4 weeks' time, you can increase that weight or increase the reps, and you know you're progressing then. If you're doing it on an ad hoc basis, it's a lot more difficult to identify your progression. But I think the key is there with keeping it from being boring is definitely vary it. You know, variation of training, variation of where you're doing the training, train with someone or train with different people. All this sort of thing adds up. And if you can't go outside, for instance, put something on TV, like a scene from, you know, there's various training things on TV you can get now. You know, you can virtually cycle around Hawaii and all this sort of stuff. But variation's got to be key.
Yeah. My wife would incorporate some Aikido and some Judo in with our harness. Yeah. Learn how to disarm, how to do wrist locks and throws, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. I think if anyone's training for confrontation, then a large, you know, a key thing to look at and focus on would be the core, your torso, because a lot of fights will end up pretty quickly in a grapple, and you'll end up on the floor wrestling around with each other.
Yeah.
So a lot, you know, it's a lot of back torsion and stomach and lats come into it. So again, variation, isn't it, really? You know, as far as what to train. Go on, sorry.
No, I was just going to say there's certain materials that are a lot more resistant against knives and blades as well, obviously. So, you know, wearing the right type of attire as well in certain situations can also really help you.
Yeah. So, yeah, it might be a good idea to wear that as well when you're training, or every now and then, just to get the feel of it. And
yeah, like a leather jacket, like a really good quality biker leather jacket, can go really far in terms of protecting your torso and your arms. But even that can be punctured very quickly with a good enough knife too. So, like it comes down to also wearing like there's good material out there. There's also this new brand of clothing. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, but I don't want to advertise or anything like that for that. But look around for clothing that is designed specifically to protect against like knife and blade attacks, because that's obviously a big thing here in this country. So yeah, just make sure that you're wearing the right attire. And like, let's be realistic, okay? Like for the most part, like as much as you can be fit, as much as martial arts are going to help and all those, and strength and everything, it's unfair that there are ranged weapons that just eliminate a lot of the problem. Now, not in every situation, but if you're not paying attention, somebody with a ranged weapon can take you out from like a good distance and you don't have much of an option. So just be alert at all times and just be like conscious of being in the wrong the wrong area that you can be like spotted very easily.
Yeah, over here we call that bringing a knife to a gunfight.
Yeah.
Just someone's Ice Cold Lulu has just mentioned snow there. What we haven't spoken about is training in different weathers and environments. So, you know, two extremes: cold weather, hot weather. If anyone's training in, and you know, if you're in a temperate environment where you do see snow and you do see hot weather, and you're training for walking out or SHTF or whatever you want to call it, then it would be a good idea to train in those situations as well, and train in the rain. A lot of people don't like training, walking, running, or do any other physical activity when it's really cold and it's icy outside, because they think their lungs are going to get damaged. I haven't delved into it that much, but surely there must be some sort of
yeah, I was gonna say I've never heard of that, lungs getting damaged. For me, I just know that my body, the joints and everything starts aching more. If you're doing like some sparring, you're doing it out in the cold, it always hurts worse to take a hit or punch when you're cold.
Yeah.
Like I can't explain that. It just, things always hurt more when it's cold. I know heat has its own challenge, but I don't know. For me, it's just, and I spent a great deal of my life in cold environments, and I don't know, cold's always worse for me. I don't know.
I think dress appropriately, warm up sufficiently if you are going to train in the cold. But in the heat is a different story altogether. Obviously, wear the appropriate sort of clothing and stuff like that, but hydration levels is a key factor. You don't have to go balls out on every training session. Just, you don't have to train effectively. You don't have to sweat, buckets and buckets. All you're going to achieve there is you're going to deplete yourself of all sort of electrolytes and body salts, and you're going to spend the next day and a half, 2 days recouping all those fluids, electrolytes and salts, and rehydrating yourself. So the key thing is hydration is a major factor in training. You could be something like 2% dehydrated, and it'll affect your performance by up to 70%. So it has a massive impact, dehydration. Watch what you're drinking, drink regularly, hydrate in the morning and spend the rest of the day topping up. It's what I sort of do.
Drink lots of sugary soda. I'm just kidding.
That makes you sugar.
It's got water in it.
Make sure you have a lot of thick cheese on bread all the time too, right? With those sodas.
I mean, when you're training hard and frequently, eating isn't that much of a problem. I can remember times in my 20s where I could literally eat like a pig, what I liked, when I liked, 5-6 times a day, and it wouldn't affect me at all. But then obviously your body's more efficient. You're burning it off because you're training so much. Is the key thing. But there are underlying, obviously, problems with that. You're not doing your arteries any good. You're starting the thawing process in your arteries, arteriosclerosis kicks in. That stuff. It'll build up for later on in life. But
you set yourself up for expectation of eating food that's really delicious but not good for you.
Yeah. I like Wayne's comment there. Cocaine.
Cocaine Mountain
Cocaine
Dew makes a great pre-workout.
Oh, baby. Yeah.
I wish Wayne would join.
Yeah. What gym do you go to, Wayne? If you throw in Thai ledge dancers, and with that, I'm on. I'm taking an airplane. I'm going.
the doctors that examined me were shocked by me having the blood pressure of a little old lady when I'm 35.
Ooh.
Bloody hell. Yeah, blood pressure, the silent killer. Blood pressure, pulse pressure. It's another one to look into. Get a pulse oximeter. I mean, a lot of people out there, they've got all these instruments to monitor their health. I've got them. I don't really use them regularly. They're there for the odd occasion and stuff like that. A lot of people don't even bother. They just go how they feel. They can be useful in certain circumstances. They could be a comfort blanket in certain circumstances. I think it's a lot. Every now and then it's good to check your blood pressure as a key indicator of if there's anything drastically wrong. But anything, if there's anything wrong, you're going to sort of feel it anyway, I suggest. It's like a pulse oximeter. If your oxygen saturation in your blood is going down below 90, then you're gonna start expressing the symptoms anyway. You're gonna start heavy breathing and that sort of stuff anyway. So a lot of them can be gadgets like these watches people get that have trackers on and altimeters on that show you how far you've run, your pulse rate on every step and all this sort of stuff. Yeah, fine, but are they necessary at the end of the day? They can be expensive toys and gadgets, and some of them cost quite a lot of money as well. So has anyone got any radical sort of training regime that they've adopted or tried that never worked?
No.
No, not really. I can say I have.
Well, I I laugh at some of that stuff on YouTube commercials. How somebody will take a spoon and put it over their eye and tap on it. Do you guys get the same commercials?
No.
I've seen. I've seen.
I try to use an ad blocker.
Yeah, ad blocker. Okay.
Yeah.
In China, this has been known to clear up a swollen prostate. They'll tap on a spoon on the side of their neck. It's like, oh, what? Yeah, those don't work. I tried.
It's them buggers that go around killing pangolins because they think it's some sort of magical medicine still.
Oh, yeah, that's the truth. Yeah. Making rhinoceros go extinct,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's also them buggers. You see it in the some news headline the other week where some Chinese lab was trying to bioengineer the red dragon on mice, and it made all the mice, every one of them die, 100% kill rate, and it made them all go blind beforehand as well. It reminded me of that the Omega Man.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that was a pretty good movie.
That works too.
I've seen that a couple times. Like when they're lining up a catapult outside of his apartment building, and he leans out the window with a Browning automatic rifle. Game over. Bye-bye.
The remake was I Am Legend, wasn't it? Will Smith. They remade it to that.
Yeah.
The original was better. As usual, they've got to reimagine these films.
So there's an original I Am Legend that was before the one with Will Smith. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. It was called the Omega Man with Charles.
I'm going to watch that.
I'll give that a show. I didn't know about that. That's pretty cool. Because I Am Legend as a movie, I haven't seen Omega Man, by the way, so I haven't seen it before. But I Am Legend as a movie was pretty good. Because it's obviously right in the genre of dystopian SHTF type scenarios and stuff like that as well. And although before Will Smith had his, I don't even want to tell you obviously my opinion
before the Omega Man, there was I think it's called Last Man Alive. It starred Vincent Price. Same scenario. Zombies all around. He's boarded up inside of his house and have to go out during the day and forage. Yeah, Vincent Price was in it. Good enough
What is
movie.
that called? Say that again, Bob.
I think it was like The Last Man on Earth, something like that.
Okay, I'll look it up.
Well, I was going to say, I thought that there was a TV show called Last Man on Earth, and I thought it was only on Hulu.
I
don't know. I guess make sure you type in the right title and make sure you got the right one.
Let's see. Look up Vincent Price movies here. Pretty good.
Yeah, Shadow. Future live would be films, SHTF films. What can we learn from them? Are they crap? Recommendations and so on.
I mean, that's what I already do with some of the SHTF books. I'll glean what information I can that's, going to be useful.
Yeah, the Omega Man was same sort of storyline. Well, I Am Legend was the same sort of storyline as.
But you said Omega Man, right?
Yeah.
Mega Man, yeah. So
The
it's
Omega.
not Mega Man, it's Omega Man with
Omega, as in the watch.
Yeah.
Mega Man is something completely different and extremely awesome. I will tell you that on the start as well.
I think that's a Charleston Heston movie.
Yeah,
Omega
that's
Man.
right. Yeah.
So the only Charleston Heston movie I watched was Soylent Green.
Oh, right.
Soylent Green is people. Sorry. That's a classic line. And my other favorite line for that movie is the scoops are on their way. I repeat, the scoops are on their way.
He did a slate of disaster films. He did. It was an earthquake as well, I think, wasn't it? Yeah, all the old films from the 70s and that were really, really good. Logan's Run.
Yeah, my dad loaned me, and I need to sit down and watch these movies. I need to stop messing around and sit down and watch these movies. My dad loaned me a DVD sets, four movie DVD sets. Got Omega Man, Logan's Run, Westworld, and one other one I can't remember.
I found it.
Actually, no, it's got Soylent Green. That's right.
1964 Vincent Price movie, the Last Man on Earth. Yeah, 1964.
Yeah, look at that.
Mm-hmm. It was done pretty well for back in those times.
Yeah, there were some good ideas. And
it sounds like a good pack of movies you got there.
Yeah, I need to sit down and watch them. Like I said, I've already seen Soylent Green. I actually own that movie, but I needed to sit down and watch Logan's Run. I'd already watched the 1975 Rollerball movie because I was told that's a pretty good movie. Yeah,
good film.
Yeah, the Omega Man, Charlton Heston's girlfriend was a black woman, and they had interracial kissing on that movie. Shocking.
Well, it was for the time. I suppose it was a shocker as well. It's like it was like her and Captain Kirk kissing in Star Trek.
It literally came out like less than 5 years after the Civil Rights Movement. So
right, going down a rabbit hole now.
Mm-hmm.
There's a guy around here I've seen. He's 87 now, and for the last 15 years old plus, all he does is walk. He walks around the village, and he must walk about at least 6 miles a day. And he's a really fit, cardiovascular wise, he's really fit, and he keeps going and going and going. He's not on any medication, and he's really sprightly. I don't know if it's a one-off or the fact that his long walks regularly have contributed to his sort of lifestyle, but I suppose there's many factors that come into it.
That's that practical fitness thing you were talking about right there. That's
exactly. Yeah,
practical fitness right there. It's paying off in dividends because
I mean, I'd rather go for a walk or a run than go on a treadmill. It's far better,
So I'm going to say this because I've just experienced like a year of being outside all the time. I mean, like all the time. And because of fitness and stuff as well, right? And like it actually made a difference to my face in terms of like aging, like a little bit because of the sun. So just be careful of like if you're gonna get way more into fitness, just wear a hat and use sunscreen all the time. Not like a major difference, but it definitely had an impact. Like, you know what I mean? So it's obviously much better to, if you're going to be out there consistently training outdoors, just like wear the proper attire and like make sure you wear sunscreen. It's actually, I don't know if you guys have ever heard the song Wear Sunscreen. It's like a 5-6 minute life coach type of song, and it eventually just like explains the importance of wearing sunscreen. And if you haven't heard it, just like I'll give you guys the link.
Yeah,
I haven't heard it.
No.
Yeah, it's a bloke like he's like talking over the whole song, is taking advice from me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, preparedness. You got it. Yep, that's it. It's good, right? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Good advice. Ice cold Lulu. I got fat through the pandemic, and my father's death hit me hard too. Yeah, a lot of people lost a lot of folk in the pandemic. A lot of people sat around as well. I bet you a lot of people started to develop deep vein thromboses as well, and this sort of stuff. That's why I'm moving around, and especially at least walking, at least raising the blood, raising your pulse, getting the blood flowing, moving is so important. Getting your cardiovascular system in order. Cardiovascular fitness is so important. Whatever you do now, in 10 years' time, you're going to wish you'd done back then, So cardiovascular fitness is good because it keeps the blood vessels, the arteries elastic. You don't want your blood vessels stiffening up because you start developing arteriosclerosis then, and that's you're on a flat road then to heart attacks and strokes. This is the benefits of walking. So if you do walk, I would say walk to a level and speed that you can, it's free, but there's a couple of levels. Level 1 is you can just hold a conversation all the time. You can keep talking, as I am now. Go slightly beyond that. So level 2 would be you can't quite keep the whole sentence going because it's going to make you out of breath. So you have to pause and breathe. And the third level would be you can't talk a full sentence. You have to literally spit out a couple of words here and there. So vary your walking. A lot of training programs, fitness instructors, websites, etc. They go on about these heart rate zones, and it's a good indicator, I suppose, of this sort of thing I'm talking about. So you got your fat burning zone, and it goes on from there. Basically, it splits your maximum heart rate up into different levels, 60, 70, 80% plus. You don't have to go down those roads. Train regularly so you're out of breath. You get your heart going at a good rate. Not to the point where you're starting to get tunnel vision and fainting and dizziness, because you're starting to go too extreme then. Just give it a good variation. Give yourself a good internal sort of blow through, if you like.
Oh, wait a minute. I thought that was the only kind of workout that was acceptable, is when you're about ready to faint or pass out.
Well, this is what I was on about earlier. In a lot of younger folk, that's what they do. They go all balls out because they think they get into this mentality of, unless they're pushing themselves to the limit all the time, they're not progressing. And it's not really the case.
I thought it was a good workout when after you're done, you vomit.
No, I mean, I've done some workouts where I've literally had tunnel vision and I've felt like fainting. I've seen guys cry. Literally.
I'm sorry.
All right, I used to take a pre-selection course, and it was training these guys to go down to do P company. P company's 3 weeks. Beforehand, you do a pre-course called pre-parachute selection. And I used to take the runs, the tabs, or the rucks, and the gym sessions, the circuit training sessions, and that. And we used to beast people so much. You know, it's easy to beast someone, but it's hard to do it constructively and to do it for a reason. But there used to be guys literally crying because A, they weren't used to feeling or training to that sort of level, and B, they just weren't capable of pushing themselves. But that's a different sort of mentality, you know. You want to train within reasonable limits. You don't have to, if you're on a long-term training program, you don't have to go balls out all the time. There's nothing wrong with doing an easy session. You know, there's nothing wrong with skipping a session here and there. So what, you know, as long as you're, at the end of the day, you're achieving your aim of being functional, mobile, and contributing to a better lifestyle and all this sort of stuff, then fine. You know, go back to what John McBean says in his Scottish fitness videos. You know, just get out there and train. It's taking the first steps, I think, which is the hardest. The hardest leap.
Yeah, I think the message that you're also trying to, send out there is extremely important. That people just don't go too heavy on themselves either. If they don't meet that, that extreme level, just that they're comfortable with their own pace and their own growth, and enjoy the level of growth that they are experiencing as well. I think that's so important. What you're saying. I don't know, like there are different types of people that enjoy different types of fitness though. Like some people do prefer like going and doing strenuous types of exercises, but as long as you're doing consistent exercises that you wouldn't usually be doing if you are choosing to live like a healthier life, like even just like, unfortunately, my mom is in a situation at the moment, and I don't mean to bring like personal stuff into this, but she's got a health issue at the moment, and just doing like a short walk for her right now is something that's very helpful. And that's why and then she wasn't doing it because a person can actually end up like getting into almost a depressive state where they don't end up wanting to do it either. And then they stay indoors and stuff. And then like that can actually make it so bad that like when you stop walking, you see, when you spend energy, you get energy, obviously, right? So like the more energy that a person spends as well, like when they're willing to, like within the confines of their current health situation. So yeah, definitely like whatever you can do, just have a better life and be more healthy. Like you'll thank yourself for it as well.
PB, you get nice from Lulu.
If you have issues with talking while doing things, you have not met someone with ADHD. Right. Yeah, what I'm talking about is raising your heart level to a certain extent in your breathing to give yourself a workout to the point of you cannot string a sentence together continuously. You have to breathe in between. And just before I'm going to disappear at 9:30, so 10 minutes left. One thing we haven't really spoken about or touched on is if anyone's thinking about preparing for a long-term event, then it might be a good idea to start researching or gathering some sort of information regarding rehabilitation from injuries as well. Because hand in hand with any sort of, I don't know, disaster, SHTF, you're going to get injuries, whether it be someone popping their shoulder out, dislocating, or someone who's had a burn injury, or someone who's cut themselves. It's healed over, but you've got to sort of keep the mobility function going during the healing process so they don't lose function in the long term. So any sort of rehabilitation, physiotherapy books or knowledge will go a long way in that aspect as well. I know a guy who was an armourer in one of the units he used to be in, He had a motorbike crash, and he didn't do his physiotherapy. He just thought, whatever, once it heals, it'll be okay. But it resulted in him not being able to move his left arm at all. It was just like a limb just hanging there. So it was pretty much useless. So what they ended up doing with him, they put him in the armory, dishing out weapons and stuff. But yeah, you keep your mobility physiotherapy going. And anyone who's ever had any sort of serious injury, that when you go to physio or any sort of rehab post-injury, they beast you. They give you a really good beasting for a reason, and at the earliest opportunity to move that limb or that injury to get the burn, the burn skin tissue moving and mobile again, or the broken leg and so on.
I know I had to go through quite a bit of physical therapy when I was, like I said, when I was hospitalized and I was sick, wasted away, being in bed for 21 days, completely unconscious. And
right. Yeah.
Like I said, lost all my muscle mass, my legs, my lower body, and I couldn't walk, couldn't stand.
Yeah, everyone
it's amazing, if you're just think about it. You're laid up in bed for 3 straight weeks and you lose all your muscle mass to be able to walk or stand.
Anyone who's broken a leg with their leg in cast will know when it comes off, they'll see a big difference in their left leg, right leg, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know when I broke my foot and again, well, for 6 weeks, and I thought when they get that plaster on my leg and foot, I thought that, okay, I can stand up on that foot now. No, I couldn't. I was so weak in that, so I almost fell.
Yeah, get a lot of wastage. And I reckon I've never had any straight answer, but what I've read, I've surmised that you sort of lose muscle mass twice, half the rate in which you gained it. So it doesn't take long at all. And this is, as well as taking the first steps into some sort of training program, which is quite hard to do, get off your ass and actually do it.
Yeah.
First step. Just as hard is you take a break and then get back into it again. And you think, oh my God, why did I take a break? I should have carried on going at a lower level at least. But you eventually bounce back when you take a break, so it's not that much of an issue. But taking the first steps and keeping it going is key. Consistency is everything. If you're doing any sort of real serious long-term training, that is. But for the casual sort of mobility and functionality, then just long-term, once or twice a week doesn't hurt. I've heard various. Go on, sorry.
I was gonna say it took me about almost 3 weeks of physical therapy to be able to walk and stand and everything like that, and it took, I want to say, 3 or 4 months before my legs were completely back to normal again, maybe longer.
Yeah,
because even after I was able to walk and stand, I noticed like I didn't have the ability to jog, to even do a simple jog. It's like, holy crap, like I didn't realize how much my legs had seriously wasted. I thought once I was walking again and everything like that, I'd be able to, jog, like I was trying to.
It's not just your muscles either. It's your tendons and ligaments as well.
Yeah.
They've got to be brought back up to strength in your joints and stuff like that. Yeah, there's a lot of different training methods, things like this, and there are no shortcuts. Basically, everybody wants things quick, results quick, and things like this. It's just not going to happen. You're better off with a long-term goal. What I have seen you hear these stories of what is the quickest way and the absolute minimum I can get away with to keep fit. I've heard stories of all sorts of research and scientists that come out and say, you know, do 60 seconds worth of sprints 3 times a week, and that will keep your cardiovascular system in good health. Yeah, really? You might do, but if you're just a couch potato and you start going outside and doing 60 seconds worth of sprints, you're going to be damaging more than you know. You'll be doing more damage than benefit.
Yeah, it's also that if gaining muscle and gaining strength was easy, everybody would be strong, right? Like that's honestly the truth. Like it definitely has to be one of the most difficult things that I've gone through in my life. Like I've never taken it as seriously as I have in the last year, and like it's just been, it really has changed everything. I'm also on my way at the moment, but I just want to tell everybody that, like, yeah, just have fun with it. I think that's the best thing as well. If you keep it in a positive mindset, and if you don't view it as a negative thing, that's this dreaded fitness, you know, like aspect of your life, then it definitely makes it a lot easier for you as well. And I think primarily making sure that you value yourself enough to make the right decisions, to like also just, you know, go for a walk if that's what you need to do, whatever, small steps to do things that are like living a healthier life and stuff. And don't be too hard on yourself and what you eat either. I think that's something that people get wrong. And I think as well, diet is important, but at the same time, it's, just have fun with it. Anyway, have a lovely evening and enjoy the rest of the weekend, everybody. Stay safe, and bye from me for now. Bye-bye.
Later, Guardian.
Okay, take care,
catch you later. Yeah, a bit enjoyable. I don't know how much enjoyment you can have cutting logs and axing stuff. But if you got a big log pile outside your house, you want to, you know, and that's your emergency supply of fuel for your fire, then don't just leave it as an emergency. You know, practice cutting wood and splitting wood and hammering things. But anyway, I've got to. It's my time. As well. So yeah, get out there and train. Basically, there's plenty of documentation, motivation, advice, and all that sort of stuff out there. And people don't really realize the benefits of exercise until they are in there feeling it and doing it. Really, like I said, people, you know, get out there and do it and enjoy it. Yeah, so don't make it a chore. Anyway, so Shadow, I'll catch you later.
Hey, PV.
Yeah, catch you later.
PV, type in your email on the private chat. I know it's something Proton Nail, but I keep forgetting. And
yeah, no worries.
Just type it in. I'm trying to send myself an email. I just got done clearing out my emails on my email account, and I think I might have deleted some people's emails, people I don't talk to on a regular. The only one who I got is Bob's. You know, that's the only one that I can type in and immediately knows, because he's the only one who I correspond with the most.
Yeah, no worries.
All right, thank you.
It's in there if you see it. Should be there now.
All right, yep, I see it. Thank you.
Right, no worries, and I'll catch you all in a bit. See you later, folks.
All right, bye.
Later.
Take care, PV.
Cheers.
I am not going to be here much longer myself, but I will stick around for a little bit. I've got to.
Yeah,
I'm going to have to go hop in the shower because I'm, you know, kind of due for one right now.
Yeah, that sounds like a good thing.
Kind of a semi-annual shower, huh?
Well, I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I've been the last few days, because it's been so cold, I've been able to get away with, you know, showering every other day. Normally I don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
I do sweat quite a bit. But like I said, it's been super cold. I'm not kidding you. Like those days where we had all that cold come in, I I burn through almost all of my propane trying to keep the house warm.
Oh, that's not good.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's not good, but we don't normally. It gets cold down here. Like everybody, it's funny. You got everybody that comes, thinking about moving to Texas. Mainly the people from California.
Yeah,
they don't think that it gets cold here. They think that it's going to be warm here year round. It's like, nah. Like if you plan on moving down to Texas and you expecting it to be warm year round, you need to go move down to like Galveston or go move down to Corpus Christi.
yeah, or right on the border, like San Antonio or
Hey,
someplace like that.
Howie, good to see you, brother.
Hey, Howie.
Hi, Bob. Jordan.
So like I said, I burned through most of my propane.
That's
So-
a learning experience.
Yeah. Well,
my
that's
friend.
the way I look at it
Mhm.
too. It's a
Learning, yeah.
experience.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, we don't get cold temperatures like that often. Like everybody, pretty much the whole U.S., I think was taken by surprise. Like up there in Colorado, I think it was like minus 15, minus 10, minus 15 in different parts of Colorado. I guess there are other parts of the country where it was like minus 40. Down here, we only got down single digits, but still, that's pretty cold considering a lot of the houses down here aren't insulated very well. My house is using original single pane windows that were original with the house.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Those are leaky like a sieve. Are you renting or buying that place?
Renting.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, there's only
Yeah.
so much you can do. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna I mean, if for some reason if this house did come up for sale, I wouldn't mind buying it. It's a solid house. I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, brick facade on the outside, concrete cinder block construction on the inside, including the interior walls, with half-inch thick concrete board laid over on the cinder block walls on the interior. So like they texturize this concrete board to make it look like it's plastered gypsum, but it's actually not. It's concrete board.
No, that place is solid. It's like
Yo.
a rock, man. Mhm.
Yeah. The realtor was saying, we the real estate office that I'm renting through, they were telling me, there's no other house like it. Like we've never seen any other house like it. They're saying your house will survive a tornado. It's like,
it will.
Yeah, I'm sure it would. I'm sure the roof might get ripped off because the roof is timber construction, but the walls will still be standing.
Yeah, there's a comfort to that. That's how our house over in the Philippines is built. Our house is not made of hollow block. It's made of concrete, steel reinforced concrete. Yeah. The wife chose that because, well, she was a civil engineer. And she was the driving force behind the build, and steel roof, steel trusses, all that stuff. It has to be able to withstand the typhoons that they get hitting there once in a while. It's nice when you close up all the windows and doors, and I'm sure your house is the same. It's so quiet because you can't hear through the walls. There's nothing.
Yeah.
It's great. I love it.
I thought
good to see you, Howie, and welcome to the panel.
Yeah. Just letting everybody chat, and then maybe I'll say something.
Yeah, I was gonna say real quick. I don't know if it's the Philippines or maybe it's somewhere else in the South Pacific, but I'd seen they had like poured concrete homes, but the homes are basically up on stilts. Like the stilts are poured concrete piers basically themselves too. And they got metal shutters that they completely bolt down for when the typhoons roll in. I don't know if that's the Philippines as well, or if it's
could be somewhere near the shoreline, But yeah, the old days of building houses out of wood down in that part of the world are over because the trees are gone, or not all of them, but wood is too expensive, so they just pour concrete.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Clay mud bricks are cheap.
go through an earthquake with that. Oh, baby.
Well, you know what? I've been watching videos on the Middle East there, and people are digging caves in the side of hills and stuff and living in them. And within 2 or 3 days, they have a home set up.
They're doing the same thing, I think, in there. I thought there was a place out there in Australia. They're doing the same thing.
Yeah, lots there. What's a shovel cost in a pick?
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. Mm-hmm.
You don't got to work a 40-year mortgage. It's 3-day mortgage, shovel and a pick. But I watched these guys that made beautiful homes in the side of cliffs and the side of hills. And it was in Iran, and it was in Syria, and the Middle East, and amazing looking homes. They had nice cob ovens. Then the cob oven heated the cob inside the cave, and they had it absolutely wonderful. They had a few goats, a few chickens, and a spring down the road a little. They were growing food, and they just moved in until they're like people that don't sleep well at night came and drove them out of the cave with guns, and they had to leave, so they just went down the road and started building another one.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Well, what do you lose in 3 days work, 4 or 5 days work, and a pick and a shovel? I mean, come on. Go ahead, take it. I'll go get another one. Later, one here, one there. Underground room is really popular. Tunnel. I mean, they're really popular. And it's the safest place, because there's only one way in, especially if you got to crawl into my cave and I'm looking down at you, you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah.
Yeah. If you're going to go walking in, I read these books on Albert Johnson years ago, and he had a dugout underneath his cabin. So when you went down in the dugout, you had to turn right, go a little bit, turn left, and then go down a little bit and turn right. And then you're in his dugout. But by then he's looking at you, see? Anyway, Albert Johnson, he was the mad trapper, apparently.
I've heard of him. He was a Canadian vet from World War I.
Actually, he was from Philadelphia. He was an American vet.
Oh, he's an American. Okay. Yeah.
Well, Earthling, I call everyone. But anyway, he was a smart guy. So he went to see, hope this is okay to talk about, Jordan. It's kind of related. But he went to see a dog fight, like two men fighting, and then dogs were fighting. So he took a dog home that was, pretty much dead after the dog fight. So then some guys didn't like that. So they showed up at his cabin. Well, they got what, 4 pretty good. He killed one of them. And they come with dynamite and blew up his cabin. He wasn't even there, he was underneath the ground. So underneath the ground, you think about it, when a meteor hits this planet, look at all them bears, coyotes, rabbits, anything that lived underneath the ground survived, Something to think about. Underground is a good fortification, especially if you got whole divisions looking for you in a civil war. You're just crawling all around everywhere underneath the ground. I knew it anyway because I studied Mount Suribachi, and the Americans had a hard time. There was guys coming out of there 20 years later out of Suribachi.
Yeah, they did that in Guam too. Other places. Yeah.
Underground. Once you get underground, see, there's a cave all the way from Scotland to Turkey underneath the ground in Europe. Hey. A lot of people don't. A lot of people don't know that. There's massive cave systems all around the world, but a lot of people don't use them because they're usually they're dynamited the front. Here in Canada, they dynamite the old mines and the old trams and the old underground. But if there's this guy, he used to do urban touring, it was called, and he would take you and show you the underground in my city here. Hey. Fabulous, man. Fabulous, beautiful underground buildings. I was like, wow, this is cool. Yeah. But yeah, a cave can be made anywhere. A few chickens is pretty easy to come by, a couple of milking goats, a few seeds, make some soil. It's not that difficult just to thrive, not survive, but to thrive with just small amount of stuff. And working your cave, working your foraging, working your fishing, working your garden, that's a lot to keep you in shape, hey? You know, that keeps you going, it keeps you oxygenated, and you can do things really a lot faster too. That would give you some cardio. That's what I do, right?
So how are you promoting regression of the human species that we need to go back to cave dwelling? I'm just kidding.
Oh no, I'm just
I'm kidding. I'm
just
kidding.
giving a hint to thrive and survive in this crazy world. It's pretty nuts. I'm not even from this planet, so I'm okay with it.
Hey, real quick before I'm gonna dip out, but real quick, I just going back to previous live streams I'd seen you on with Gil. What was the natural remedy again to deal with wasps and hornets? Because you said there's a way you could do it without having to cause long-term negative effect on the local wildlife.
I wouldn't touch a wasp or hornet's nest, and there's hundreds of types of wasps, but they're your fighters, hey? Like if you get one by your front door, I'd leave it there. The next person that ever tries to break in, you push them into it. Their problems. You know, you use them for their advantages. That they kill a lot of moths, you know, and then bird houses, they come and they feed off the moths too. It's a moth that like click beetle and wireworms and stuff like that. You know, I don't have a bug problem at all. And people are amazed when they come here. They're like, oh, it's so green. And look at your soil. I'm like, well, I had to do a bit of work for that. And then you maintain it. And that in itself will keep you in good shape. Like when I empty my pathway soil bank, I spread it all over the forest floor. And then I just guerrilla grow whatever I'm growing. I don't put a lot of work into it. And I never can eat all the food. I have to donate thousands of pounds of food. If you go with nature, you'll be fine. But if you start trying to rule nature, like killing the wasp and ants, everybody loves to kill ants. What the hell are you doing? Leave them alone. You need those for pollinating your strawberries. You need those to take away dead bodies.
I guess my line that I draw is when said critters are building nests on the house or trying to get into the house.
Well, that's a little different. You can talk. They know vibrations. Wasps know vibrations, and if you tell them to leave, they'll leave. Hey, It's really strange. This one guy, I go to this place. He's got this big wasp nest in his foyer, right? And I'm like, "Whoa, dude, what's going on?" He goes, I'm just terrified of them. I go out the back door. I'm like, just tell them to leave. So about a week later, I came over. The wasp nest's gone, and the wasp left, and they went over to the neighbors inside there. And I was just like, well, they're not in your house anymore, but they're your fighters, man. And they clean up a lot of bugs and birds. Build a few bird houses, man. Have them eating bugs that are going to eat your food, you know?
Yeah.
You're smarter than bugs. You got to be smarter than deer. You got to be smarter than squirrels.
Now, what's your remedy for dealing with roaches that's not going to cause negative impact in the local environment?
I heard the good eating.
Roaches?
You asked.
I'm not.
What do they do in Asia? How many bugs do they eat there, Bob?
I don't eat bugs when I'm in Asia.
No, but you must see it on the street vendor.
No.
Come on.
Filipinos don't eat bugs, dude.
Oh yeah, okay. I'll give it to you. I mean, in Thailand they sure do, and Taiwan.
Oh, they cook them first, though. I've eaten some. I've eaten
There's
some.
Parasites on them. You have to cook them first.
Yep.
Absolutely. Yeah. You don't want parasites.
I've eaten some that were cooked. They were mealworms and stuff like that. They're cooked in peanut oil.
Yeah.
Cockroaches are you can clean them up with mice. You use a rat, a mouse, or a mink or something like that, and opossums. Opossums will go in and clean them up too. If you've got cockroaches, now once you got them, you put down some chestnuts, and drill a little hole in them, and put down chestnuts here and there throughout your house, and it gives off a little gas when it's decomposing that these a lot of spiders and bugs don't like, and they just leave. Just make it uncomfortable so they leave. you know. Like it's like you got a house guest you don't want. Well, you don't want to hurt his feelings. So you say, okay, I'm going on vacation now. You're smarter than your house guest. Right? And you don't want a conflict, right? You don't want a conflict with bugs. And so the big thing that I do is every year, 4, 5, 6 times a year, I put down wood ash and biochar all through the food forest.
Okay. Yeah, I remember you talking about the biochar. Now, what does that drive away, or was that attract? I can't remember.
Well, it makes things rough for bugs. You have to excuse me. I've got a steak mushroom pie in the oven. I just need to shut it off. I'll be right back.
Okay.
But biochar, it's a great thing. And well, once you own a cave, the worst thing that will happen to you is
you're talking about strictly charcoal, not ash, wood ash.
Both.
Okay.
Well, Howie knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, I know he does. I've seen him on Gil's live streams, both on Gray Man Prepping and I think the Captain Patton family compound.
What I remember about biochar is that all the volatile oils have to leave, okay? Because then it won't bother your veggie growing. Okay, that's all you gotta remember.
Volatile oils.
Yeah, you don't want it in there. It's kind of like baking the sticks, until they're dry and brittle and they go to powder. That's what you want. And then anything that's in that soil, except worms, of course, but like nematodes, problems with them, like especially if you diatomaceous earth is.
Yeah, that's what I hear a lot of people say.
They use it.
It's costly. It's so much easier to make biochar. Yeah, it cuts holes in their endoskeleton. Absolutely. Hey, BC Gerbs. Hey, he's my neighbor.
Yeah, I'm making my own fertilizer right now as we speak. Leaves, twigs, all that. Get it hot and dry. And
tea? Is it a compost tea you're making?
No, I leave it dry and then I run it through a process of milling it, grinding it into a powder. And I put up a video a couple days ago about mixing it with water and putting it on my poor suffering house plants because there's no sun here. So
yeah, throw up some LEDs here and there. I've got an LED over here, and I've got lemons to my right. It's loaded with lemons. I'll try to get over there, show it off a little.
Yeah, all good here, BC. Thank you.
Oh, sorry about that. There you go.
Oh, wow.
I'm doing good, BC.
Lemons. Right on, man. Right on.
Yeah, lots of lemons, There's probably about 30 lemons on there. And it's in the middle of winter. See all the snow out there? So it's kind of neat. I grow some bananas inside and avocado.
That sucks, BC.
So, it's nice vitamin C. If you grow a few onions and you got a few lemons, you won't be short of vitamin C.
Yeah. The other, I think it was raspberries, blueberries, raw potato, and there's other fruits and vegetables and stuff that you can forage for that also have vitamin C.
Yeah, boil up some pine needles, you get vitamin C, some birch bark.
It's good to note.
Yeah, there's lots of places to get
I foresee trying to procure vitamin C during the wintertime being very challenging for almost everyone.
It's quite easy actually.
Well, no, I'm saying for the average person that doesn't know this stuff.
No, that's right. I grew up on the tundra of Canada, so I knew, eat some raw fish, raw meat once in a while. You get vitamin C from that, right?
Because human beings as far as I can tell, like I did a little bit of research on it, but we're the only species that's incapable of synthesizing our own vitamin C. We have
That's
to.
correct. Every 4 hours you need it. That's correct. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So green onion, one stick of green onion, there's vitamin C for 4
I
hours.
love green onion. I don't like regular onion, but I love green onion.
3 or 4 pine needles, boiled up, drank, boom. You know, that's what the First Nations did when all those guys came from Europe. They had scurvy, so they boiled up birch bark and let them drink it. You know.
Yeah, I know the old saying, "You'll limey bastard." You know, that was
Well, the lime, yeah, that was
from the British Royal Navy.
Yeah. They give limes out for scurvy.
They had lime powder that they would mix. I don't know if they mix it with their grog or.
Yeah. The big thing about, if you're working out outside and you're living outside is don't do too much. You don't want to sweat. That's the big thing that I found when I lived outside was if I sweated, I had to go and dry all my clothing and stuff. And so what you do is you pace yourself where you don't sweat.
Mm-hmm.
That's important in the North. It's so important.
Yeah,
unless you have a
hypothermia
sauna or something like that, you can just jump into and dry clothes. I mean, work. Just don't stop. Yeah. Any questions before I go?
No, not this present time. You've answered a lot of my questions. I'm just glad you came in when you did, because I was like, dang it, Howie knows some of this stuff, because like I remember you talking about this stuff on Gil's live streams in the past.
Couple times I've been on there. I don't go on YouTube too much. I'm extremely busy. I have a list. My list is over here of all the things I have to do to the properties and stuff, and all the upkeep. You own your own place. You got to. It's a lot of work. People go, "Oh, you're rich. You own your own house." No, dude. By the time you pay for everything and workers and stuff, you're not. The quality is only as good as the person. Okay. So it might not be as good as quality as what you do. So I've been doing a lot of small jobs. I did some traveling. I did some fishing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did a bunch of fishing and I painted the wall behind me.
Well, as the old saying goes, skilled labor isn't cheap and cheap labor isn't skilled.
Exactly. If you want something done, do it yourself. Then you don't have to deal with someone that's cranky, grumpy, or ornery and mental health issues and whatever the hell else they have, because it's a worker's paradise here. Because anybody with any skill can have a job at $30 an hour here, easy.
Mm-hmm.
And because there's nobody here to work, nobody wants to work. Most people here where I live in this village of about 4,000 are lobbyists, consultants, and board members. So they really don't even leave their house. I'm serious. They don't even leave their house, and they control all the money, going down to the little guy. And you could, like one guy here, I've been here, I don't know, 30 years. I've never seen him leave his house. Everything's delivered. His garbage is taken away. You never see him leave. And I asked, I said, what does he do? Get this now. He's an internet environmentalist. He consults environmental consulting on the internet for the government, and he never does anything else. And he makes 6 figures.
That checks out.
All right. Peace out, guys. Yeah, send me an email there, Dioris, and yeah. Later, Shadow. Thanks for having me up.
Later, Bob.
All right, bye, Bob.
Thank you.
All right.
See you, Bob.
It's a pleasure.
Bye-bye.
Pleasure. Well, that's what I was going to touch base on. Always have 3 types of shovels handy. A small with a handle on it that you can grip, not just a pole. A medium-sized one, and a long-handled one. Always have those 3 shovels, and wherever you are, you can make a home called the cave.
Yeah, those cave homes, at least the ones I was thinking of in Australia, I think they're carving those out of sandstone.
Hey, go to Mexico. There's tons of caves in Mexico, Arizona, New Mexico, California, and a cave. Once, like in British Columbia, where I am, there's thousands of caves. Hey, thousands. And the cool thing is, if you're really hungry, biofilm burgers are yummy.
Biofilm burgers.
You know that green slime?
I'll pass.
Smash a few cockroaches, a couple of worms. You got some meat with some spice.
No, I'm not doing
Yeah,
that.
you say no now. Tell me that when you're starving after the 50th day or
No,
something.
I will not. Cockroaches is an absolute hard no. Hard no. Staph
Grasshoppers
infection.
are really clean.
Staph infection.
You know, grasshoppers are really clean, high protein. And ants too, chocolate coated ants. I can walk out here and go down to the store down the road here and buy chocolate coated ants. High protein.
Yeah. I'm gonna pass on all that again.
Yeah, I know VC Gerb's there where he lives, and there are thousands of caves where he is. And I've been to where he lives often over my half century plus on the planet, and he's in the real beautiful place there, you know. Yeah, buy one of your teeth. Or I wouldn't make my burger out of that there, Steph. That'd be yuck. Yeah. Well,
anyhow, hey, I gotta go, Shadow.
Okay, dears, no problem.
Later, Howie. All right.
Later. You must have caves where you are, Jordan.
Yeah, we have a few. Not that many, but we have a couple.
I love them. I think they're great. Since we came from the caves, I mean, what makes sense that history repeats itself and you go back.
Yeah, probably.
Safest place to be when SHTF happens. There's only one way in.
One way in, no way out.
Well, that's not true. Now you got escape routes. I mean, it's up to you how you use your Hilti jackhammer and your drill, right?
Yeah, that will be hard work.
Well, it all depends on if there's rock where you are. Like the ones I've been watching lately from Iran, and they're out in the desert there in the side of the hill, and it's loose rock. And then what they do is they put clay and back up onto it, and then they put like all these polished stones on it. It looks so beautiful. You know, it's worth checking out. Living in caves in Iran and Samaria, anywhere in Samaria. They're doing it. Well, no, you know, you don't need a mortgage or a banker, right?
Well, that's true.
Yeah, and the places I've seen set up, they had running water in there. They even had a pool and a. You wouldn't believe it. It's simply made too from scratch, from nothing. Hey, I was just like, geez, you know. And I've seen stuff like that before here in Canada, like secret places, right? But in Australia, your buddy was talking about there. It's quite prevalent there to have a cave in Australia. Yep. But anyway, I better get going. That pie is smelling good. Jordan, blessings to you and all the best to your endeavors in the new year, and we'll chat again.
Yeah, we'll do. Thanks for stopping by, Howie.
Well, thank you for having me, Jordan. It's been a pleasure. Blessings to everyone.
Shoebox of money and a will to live goes far. Yeah. That's good to hear. Small water, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that. I hope you have a great day and a blessed weekend. Stay safe. Now it's that time. Yes, here it is. Yeah, I've figured that out. Yeah, Howie is a great guy. He's awesome. He has a great knowledge. He knows more about gardening than I do. And we're waiting for Sia joining here. He will pop up sooner. Yes. I would like to start with a shoebox of money. Yeah, Hugo. His food knowledge is truly awesome. I agree with that. Yeah, Hugo, Howie was here. He joined me up here, so that was fun. I agree with you about that, Hugo. He knows permaculture so well. I agree with that. But he has a lot of experience. He's done that since he was a kid, so he has many years behind him in doing these things. So he has learned what's working and what's not working. And I believe Sia should pop up soon. Speaking of fitness, actually, I begin with next week to train jiu-jitsu, so that will be a nice thing. Got to know what works in your area. Yeah, that too. And the reason is why I chose jiu-jitsu is it's a versatile style. First, I was into Thai boxing, but that's really tough. Yeah, it is Huga. And I had in mind to, as I said, Thai boxing, but I don't think my knees would like that. So, and I had in mind to begin with karate, but that would be a little bit tricky with my knees. So jiu-jitsu it is. And I need a more versatile style. And it's a style that is good for self-defense. So that is what I want. Hey, CR.
Hello, everyone. And yes,
Good to see you again.
I still have the backpack on. You know what I did? I actually held the bag in my hand and put on my jacket so the bag never touched the ground.
Okay.
So technically, I still have it on because it's never touched the ground yet.
Okay, that's good.
Hello, Huga.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I figure I'd put it on for fun. Since we're talking about fitness, I'll put it on for fun. I've already worn this I've done this before, so. Although
Okay,
it's been a little bit.
nice.
It's been a little bit since I've done it, though.
Yeah.
Well, because sometimes when I'm going to certain places, it's that it's the size of the bag. Sometimes I can't.
Yeah.
I want to, low profile, right? So I don't always wear a backpack that's so much extends on my backside so far,
Yeah.
right? Because sometimes I have to bring air stuff or do stuff or, let's just say you're carpooling or in a vehicle or something like that. Sometimes space is a premium, so I can't always per se bring something.
She runs down the hall and Des flips onto the couch, driving her mother crazy. Yeah.
So
That can drive anyone crazy.
I'm just trying to charge up my phone.
Yeah.
And, I really hope it'll charge while I'm outside. It's not as cold as it was last week. I keep forgetting. Last week was minus 30. It's only like minus 14, 15, plus 2 Fahrenheit, so I guess we'll see.
Yeah.
I'll get my batteries going up. I give them 1%, so maybe it's a good thing. We'll see. Because as soon as I unplug it, I know the batteries are going to draw. It's cold. It's not as cold, but it's still below freezing. So.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that we have, when it's really cold here, I know my wrist computer I have at work, I know if I have 100% battery fully charged, and when I get out in the cold with it, the battery drops.
Yeah.
So.
I also noticed that one benefit of actually wearing a backpack in the winter, your back is warmer.
Yeah, that too.
But you sweat in the summertime if you wear a bag, generally. Unless you got one of those ones that have the panels or whatever that allow airflow on the back.
Yeah.
Usually it's pressed against your back, right? The backpack, to a certain degree. I mean, there is some bags that have that chamber that, allows that vent or whatever that allows the airflow to go through it. But not this bag that I have, but yeah. At least my bag's going up.
They are a little spoiled, and her mother doesn't understand prepping. Their dad preps. He's retired military and does computers. Okay.
No, that's good.
Yeah.
See, that just shows that, a lot of things can go hand in hand.
Yeah.
I've noticed that more and more. Like, in terms of stuff overall.
Dad teaches the kids self-defense. He gets it. Okay, that's good.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not wearing one of my heavier bags that I have. I have a heavier bag.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to get used to that kind of weight on it. For the same amount of time that I've been wearing this bag. This is more like in the realms of like, let's say a get home bag.
Yeah.
I mean, there's actually water in this bag. I think as I'm outside, I gotta remember to keep moving. Not just to keep warm, but to keep the water moving in the bag. I don't think it would freeze out here because I'm always moving the bag.
Yeah.
Well, because as long as the water is moving in your bag, it's not going to freeze. It's actually when you're stationary or standing still, right, at like a base camp or something, or you put it down, then it'll start to freeze because it's standing still. As long as water is moving, it won't freeze necessarily right away. It'll take a lot colder temperature for that water to freeze.
Dad is paranoid about cybercrime and hacking, but gets the prepper stuff. Okay.
Let's see. So.
It doesn't hurt to be careful especially when it comes to cybercrimes and things like that.
Well, I guess on the bright side, if I felt cold out here, I think I got gloves in this bag.
Yeah.
Minor gloves. I only keep small gloves in this bag. Because usually this backpack is not meant for long duration, and it's generally meant for summer, free season. It's not meant for winter. However, there are some items I can dip into. Because sometimes early spring, late fall, it's, for me, it can still, let's say, hover below 4 Celsius or 40 Fahrenheit. So gloves were nice anyways. So.
Yeah, that is understandable, Huga.
Well, at least my battery's going up. That's good. Not like last weekend when I tried this. Remember last weekend when I tried it, my battery was dying even though it was plugged in. So, yeah.
I agree, Huga. Kids need to be physically fit too. I agree with that.
Well, I mean, you gotta look good in the clothes you're wearing, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what I say to them. It's like, yeah, you want to wear all that Gucci stuff or whatever, but you gotta look good while wearing it too, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
And generally, it's easier to find average sizes of stuff.
Yeah.
In general. So yeah, like I was saying earlier when everyone was in here, yeah. My friend can drink 2 liters of soda in like 15 minutes, and they're diabetic.
Yeah.
So I know I drink soda every once in a while, but I could never go through it that fast. It's just like, it's just I don't. Just I'd rather have coffee. Really. You know what I mean? I would have coffee personally. Oh, that's what you meant. Oh yeah, sorry, Huga. Sorry, CB. My bad. I forgot about that. I should stay on topic, right, everyone? Yeah. So.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah. No, I mean, anyways. So yeah, this bag. I've walked with this bag before. I've shown videos of me walking with this bag, even like 6 kilometers. I don't know if you guys have seen that video. It was outside during fall time. I actually walked away and walked back towards the camera. I did those kind of scenes, so yeah.
Joseph says you're fired.
Whatever. Only Bob can do that. And he's like, here, so there. Once Bob come back, it's just like, you're fired. Okay, I'm leaving it. Okay. That'd be hilarious. He just comes back just to say that. But on a serious note, like I said, I have worn this bag before. So that's why when I'm doing it for like 2-3 hours isn't that big of a deal to me, because I've walked that distance.
Yeah.
Right. It's more like standing still. Because as long as I'm pacing, it's actually when I'm standing, it starts to hurt because my knees take more of the force, right? Because my legs are straight. So if I'm standing, I have to bend my knees slightly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I noticed that more and more. If you're standing still with heavy weight on you, that's where it starts to hurt. it starts to hurt your knees, right? I've noticed that more and more. But as long as I'm pacing or walking, I can keep that up for a while. Because you're always alternating where the force of the weight is, right? On your feet and legs, right? And you keep moving. So. I'm just charging up my phone. I'm trying to get it up to higher. I picked it. I'm at 62. I guess I am wearing that bag. Like I said, I showed you guys that picture on Instagram. I took that picture today, by the way. I don't know if you saw it.
No.
I took that picture today, like this afternoon.
I haven't
Me
seen
wearing
it.
Me wearing it, right?
Ah, there you are.
Yeah, see, I'm wearing. That's the backpack. I've shown this bag before. I haven't shown the contents yet. I've shown the bag before though. So I'm quite used. Oh yeah. I forgot to put the sternum strap on, chest strap on.
Yeah.
That would help. So yeah, I'm trying to get. I think I'm fairly used to wearing this now. Even if I don't wear it for a period of time, I'm still used to wearing it just because comfort level, the weight and stuff like that. I'm used to this. So, you know, me, unless I'm really injured, I could probably do this for long periods of time. At least for a bit. Stuff like that. So doing something like this isn't too much of a big deal to me. It's more if I start wearing the heavier bags that I have, or put more weight into this and stuff like that, then perhaps it could be an issue. But
yeah,
well, because you're talking about fitness, so you know, I mean, as a baseline, I know I can do this kind of for weight and stuff like that, and for duration. I think if it was heavier, then the duration would go down.
Yeah.
That's just because it's simply heavier. And I was just like kind of doing my thing. Like I said on the side chat, I was folding clothes, just doing stuff, just moving stuff around, right? So in terms of working out, well, I'm bending down to pick up something. I gotta, control what I'm doing and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Although the weight's more supported evenly across my body. Because obviously the weight's across my shoulders and my chest and back area, so and stuff like that. Sorry, I don't have to. I. It's not that I can't see the chat. I just don't have the chat window. Open, so you gotta relay it to me.
Huga says, when you get something little to add to your bag and add it to your bag, then all those little things add up, and next thing you know, your bag is heavier.
Yeah, grams to kilograms or ounces to pounds, however you want to say it. All right, it does add up. All right.
Yeah,
so
it does.
Removing like 700 grams. Okay, let's say 500 grams or half 2-3 ounces isn't as significant as a greater weight, but if you do a lot, if you remove more of that, then it starts to add up a lot more. Because then you start removing like half a pound, half a kilogram, or well, let's say a quarter of a kilogram or something like that, 250 grams. 13 ounces, 7 ounces, something like that, right? However, just like a lot of things out there, it's a trade-off.
Yeah.
Because there's, for a backpack, for example, I've started to develop this kind of bulk, weight versus capability and mobility. Because you can reduce the weight a lot. Oh, I can remove like a pound out of the bag easily, but I'll use the capability of having water in the bag already, right? For example, right? And you can reduce the bulk, but it may not function as well, like going towards a smaller tool, right?
I agree.
You might right? There's a certain give or take. Like it's just like with anything, it's just like anything out there. There's always a give and take. You know,
Yeah.
it's just like for me, like if I work the difference between gloves and mitts, there's a trade-off. You either get more warmth because you're wearing a mitt, or you get more dexterity because you're wearing a glove. It's just the way it is, right? So you always have to kind of remember that. And just like even with the backpack I'm wearing, right, there's trade-offs too. All right.
Yeah.
Like even you reduce the weight, but hey, now you got to spend an extra more money to get that extra ultralight gear, whatever it is. I mean, I've been to the YouTube channels out there that talk about ultralight hiking and all that stuff. So that gear is really expensive for ultralight. I'm talking about like ultra light, that kind of stuff that stuff like that, right? And I'm not even talking about like titanium or anything like that, right? I'm talking about like even more expensive than that kind of stuff, right? Where the material is so expensive for what it is, right? But the trade-off may be that it's less durable, but it's lighter and weight. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Even sleeping pads, sleeping bags, right? Like you can I can get a winter sleeping bag, but it's gonna be heavier because there's more insulation, right? But on the process side, I have more capability or functionality because it'll keep me warmer. So and stuff like that. And you might be able to get a lighter weight sleeping bag, but it's not gonna be as warm, or it might be as warm, but it's gonna be more less durable. So I mean, it's always those trade-offs. You always gotta work into that, all right?
Yeah.
Because in my opinion, not a lot of people kind of talk about that trade-off, all right? Of the weight, the bulk of the stuff, and of course the cost versus the capability or functionality of the stuff.
Huga says, I am old, Sierra, and my shoulders can't handle a bag that's too heavy for a long time. And then she says, it's a balance. If you have to bug out with nothing but that bag, you want to have what you need. But if you can't carry it for extended time, you will dump stuff out of it. And I agree with that.
But the thing is about dumping stuff out is that it leaves a trail. Unless you stuff it in snow, stuff it under a bunch of leaves. That's even if it's possible, right? Because if someone notices that, they'll be like, right? You know what I mean? This looks pretty new or fresh for being out here. It doesn't look, the metal doesn't look rusted or dirty or something like that. It looks clean. And people will be like, someone else is out here. This looks too clean to be out here right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And by the way, Huga has a question for you, CR.
Yeah. Can you read
Have you ever used a bivvy as a sleeping bag?
No, I haven't. I've never had one of those BVs. I've only used actual sleeping bags. And to me, in my opinion, those have their limitations too, in terms of functionality or capability of keeping you warm.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, there's not that much insulation. Yes, the heat reflectiveness from Mylar can help, but I mean, like, Mylar still has its limitations too. I mean, that's not going to help me as much when it's like minus 22 Fahrenheit, minus 30. In comparison to like an actual winter sleeping bag. That's actually, and the sleeping pad too, right? Because also you might get off the ground.
Yeah.
Because the ground's gonna suck the heat away from you pretty fast. It's just like putting like defrosting something on a piece of metal. The metal's just gonna pull it away, right? And stuff like that. So it's just gonna pull the heat away from you so fast. And who? This is why I released that. That's that DIY sitting pad last week on the channel.
Okay.
So, because I actually have used that in the winter time. I'm pretty sure I do have one in this bag. So, but it's just one of those things that eventually you're gonna actually have to sit for a little bit or something along the lines of that. You're not gonna be able to just stand the whole time. Probably not. You know what I mean? So, well,
Yeah,
hopefully not, anyways. Hopefully not, right? So, this is why I gave that option up there for people. Because I've used it before. That's why. Now, one thing I should have mentioned in the description or the comments section or pinned it or in the video is that the thicker the insulation is, the better off you are. Just because it's thicker. It's just like R value with a sleeping pad or the R value in insulation in a home or building. Generally, the better the R value, the warmer it'll keep you. Because it prevents that heat loss from the heat from escaping or going out into the ground or to the environment as fast. So it retains that heat longer, so you stay warm longer. You're for your home or you're sitting on it or whatever. And usually it's by fitness.
Huga says hammocks can be lighter weight and get you off the ground, but if you don't have two trees to tie it on, they are useless. Yeah,
because you need that support, right? You can't just do it with. It's harder to improve. I mean, or poles or something along the lines of that, like in an urban area, but it's got to be sturdy enough to hold the person or whoever's in it.
Yeah.
Right. Because the weight's all going to be pulled towards the middle, right? The weight in the middle is going to be, right? It's going to pull from the sides. So it's going to be able to withstand that. Especially, let's say you're in there, an extra backpack of stuff too, right?
Yeah.
Or whatever, right? So. And remember, because, yes, you're off the ground, so the conduction from the ground is not going to seep the heat away from you, but it allows airflow underneath, so convection will suck the heat away from you too. That's why usually a lot of people will have like a quilt or something, even a pad underneath their hammock for both for comfort and to keep warm with, right? If that makes any sense. I mean, I've never been in a hammock during the winter time, but I'm pretty sure it's the same thing.
Yeah.
So yeah. Should have brought my gloves out. Below. My hands are in my pocket. Oh, you know what's funny? I could just put my hands between my back and with the backpack, and it's warming up my hands. Because there's that air that it's warm. Remember, because what I said earlier, it acts as insulation, right? Because the heat escaping from my back, right? It's radiating out, but the backpack slows that heat off. So my right between my back and the backpack is warm, so I can warm up my hand. Right. I guess that kind of makes sense. So I guess I was just doing it with my hand real quick to warm up my hand. Because if you think about it, it's just like putting your hand between inside a mitt, right? You have insulation on both your palm and your forearm. Forehand. Knuckle side, right? So, and since I'm warming that space up, it should be warmer. Sorry, someone's running a leaf blower on the snow. It's loud outside right now.
Yeah.
Outside we go. I would show you guys outside, but it's out there, right? And they keep
Hugo says, would be great to have a wool blanket, but that would be heavy to carry. All about balancing need and
well,
weight.
it's not just that, but the size of it and how thick it is too, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you got to factor that in too. Because you could reduce the weight of the wool blanket if it was thinner, but that R value or insulation or functionality might be less because it's thinner.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
Nancy.
Take care,
Have a
Archer
great
Jerome.
day. Thanks for stopping by.
So,
And God
it's
bless.
all, and stuff like that. Like I said earlier, that free DIY seating pad. I just showed a basic version of it. Right? Honestly, if I increased the thickness of it, it would keep you warmer longer, or be able to handle more colder temperatures, just because it's thicker.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And just like a thick blanket,
Yeah, I know.
probably, a thick blanket's probably gonna help you a lot better to keep you warm than a thinner one, just because there's more of the material. No, I shouldn't say more of the material, but there's more air gaps in the material, dead airspace in the material.
Yeah.
So it takes longer for the heat to transfer out or away from your body and stuff like that.
You have, if you have a thicker wool blanket,
Yeah,
it will be a lot more bulkier.
Oh yeah,
than
exactly.
a thinner one.
Yeah, it's that trade-off again. Like I said, you're going to increase the weight and the bulk. The trade-off is the capacity. The capability of keeping you warm is greatly increased. But you have to sacrifice heavier, bulkier. So it's that trade-off. That's why in wintertime, for winter camping or anything like gear, it's just going to be more bulky, heavier, because you physically have to bring more shelter components with you and stuff like that versus summertime, right? I think this is why, a lot of the time they say free season compared to 4-season or wintertime. Why people change out their bags in the winter time, right? Or add stuff into the winter for the winter time. Like jackets and stuff like that, You know what I mean, Jordan? Like, because, like, even for me, right? I have a base form of bag that I have, right? If in winter, I might have to add in more stuff.
Yeah.
I don't have a separate bag for wintertime. At least not yet, anyways. It's because usually it's some of the base stuff that I need for the summer and winter anyways. Like, I'll just add to it. Supplement it or complement it or increase the capability of the bag. I'll add extra gloves in before I leave.
Yeah.
I'll bring some extra stuff with me. The extra sleeping bag, right? Or else it would get really expensive having a summer and a winter type of bag only. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So that's why I'm just like, they're still blowing the snow. I can still hear it. All I hear is, and I don't want to be outside because you guys won't be able to hear me. I know it's loud.
Yeah.
Because I can hear it through the walls right now. Stuff like that. Hold on. I'm going to go check. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. We'll see. We'll be back in a minute. I need to check things out. So, I begin with my youth training Tuesday next week, and it's twice a week, Tuesday and Thursday. So that will be nice.
Well, okay, it's not that bad. I thought it's not that bad. I just have to turn block it a little.
Hey Ryan, good to see you.
Hello. Yeah. I guess it's not too bad. I thought it was louder. It seemed louder than I thought.
Yeah.
It's because I'm around a wall, so it's blocking it a little bit. I know I can hear it. So. I just can't see the chat right now because I can't see my phone right now.
Yeah, well, Ryan's variety talk just
yeah.
dropped in.
I thought so. That's what I thought.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I know. I seen him around. I think I seen him around with Gil or someone, or I think it was with Will for that time. So yeah. What time past the hour is it right now? My phone's in. Is it? It's like 2:15, isn't it? It should be like 2:15 by now.
Ryan, we had 21 minus degrees Celsius today.
That's about -5-ish Fahrenheit, by the way. Because -17 is 0 Fahrenheit. Give or take. Give or take. I'm not
earlier. Yeah. And earlier this week, I had snow up to my kneecaps. And that was really, really tough to walk.
No, you need snowshoes. It's very difficult to walk through heavy snow. Because you always have to move the snow while you're trekking through it and stuff like that, right? You have to keep pushing it to the side. And remember, snows, especially wet snow, it's heavy for what it is. If it's fluffy snow, then it's not as bad because it's mostly air. But if it's wet snow, it's heavy to trek through.
Yeah. Huga says, my son did fencing, the Olympic sport, and we practiced in the backyard. Neighbors probably thought we were crazy sword fighting in the backyard, but actually it was a good self-defense skills. Yeah.
Just say we joined the fencing club. We're just getting some practice time.
Yeah.
Right, and stuff like that.
Actually, fencing is, especially if you fence with a long sword or 1.5 hand swords, or I've tried that, and trust me, that is really exhausting.
Because you got usually the balance well, so the heel has more weight than the tip, but because you're extending it out, it acts like a lever on your hand, right? So the weight goes forward on you, right?
And what you think you get tired in the?
It's like swinging an axe.
Yeah, you get the shoulders. Your shoulders were exhausted. You never thought your shoulders would get exhausted by doing fencing, but it.
Well, because you're extending the hand out, right? And doing that stuff. It's just like swinging an axe. It starts to exhaust you because the weight is all on the head kind of deal, right? It's different in comparison to if you were using like a staff. Because sometimes when you're using a staff, it's not you're holding it in the middle or holding it with 2 hands, right?
Yeah, Huga says fencing is fun. We fenced with foils. It is a good workout. Yeah, it is. Even that is a good exercise.
Yeah. There's the differences between using that or a polearm or a staff. Absolutely.
And the Scream or Arnis, it has so many names. That is also really exhausting for your shoulders.
Yeah.
And you are not used to it. Jeez.
Yeah. Well, I was right about the time. It is quarter 2. It's quarter 2 the top hour right now. So in 10 more minutes, I've been wearing this bag for like 3 hours straight.
Yeah.
Not even.
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong. There is weight. Don't get me wrong. There is weight. Obviously, there is a noticeable difference if you're carrying a bag or not. But it's not like I could still do stuff.
Yeah. Well, I've been alive for 3 hours 45 minutes.
I know. I've been almost wearing the bag the whole time. So, and I've done this before, but like I said, it's actually standing still that's more annoying. I gotta pace, or else my knees would start to hurt because the weight.
Yeah.
So, because if you're standing up straight up with your legs straight, I mean your knees not bent for it, but it's as long as I'm bending my knees slightly or pacing, then it's not so bad. Because I've noticed that before. When I did this with a heavier bag, and I was standing too long. My knees start to hurt from it. But as long as I'm pacing, moving my feet, you know, I can keep it up for a while. I think this is why when I was doing that outdoor 5K walk, I have shown a video on, it didn't even bug me because I was always walking. I was never standing still. It's actually standing still that actually hurts. Speak of which, hold on one second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go back inside.
Yeah, no problem.
But before I go back inside, I will show you guys.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm wearing it, like I said. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Yep, no problem. He will be back in a minute or so. Fencing with the sword I tried was one and half hand sword. So you can use it with one hand or either with two hands.
Yeah.
No, not yet. I have been. I need some time to do that. And this weekend has been pretty much of a busy one.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, like I said earlier, just go walk with groceries in a backpack or in your hands. Right. And like I said earlier, I never got why people drive to the gym to go walk on a treadmill for an hour and drive back. I never understood that. I mean, I guess it's one thing if it's cold outside or whatever, but you know what I mean? So.
Joseph Moore says you're fired.
Again. Bring up the side chat now.
Yeah.
As you will be able to tell. Gotta say hi.
Got to do that jiu-jitsu training few times a week to develop muscle memory. Yeah, I take some. You need to practice at least one thing 1,000 times before you get it into muscle memory. So
I know you're just kidding.
yeah,
But yeah. I mean, here's that. Like I said
So-
earlier, I'm
yeah,
not the most fit person, but I can do what I can. I do what I can,
yeah,
sure. I wasn't kidding earlier when I said to Remy, I did do 20 push-ups with the bag on. So,
well, that's good.
just for fun. But, I mean, it's not like I'm doing 50 or 100. It's different. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah, I know.
your own capability of doing stuff. Or,
Yeah,
doing pull-ups or anything like that. That's even more different. So I'll take out the bag in 5 minutes. Because I want
yeah,
to. Because I want to. Because I want to.
yeah.
Just because I want to. But yeah. So yeah, I mean, the fitness thing, even outside this HTF situation, just being able to, let's just say, carry groceries home, for example, or carry that jerry can of fuel to your vehicle because you have to, heaven forbid you didn't run out of fuel or whatever, right? Stuff like that, right? You want to be able to do that stuff
Yeah,
relatively fast, right? You know what I mean?
yeah, and carry a lot of water.
Well, yeah, water has weight.
That way,
Fixed weight on it.
that way. So
Quite a bit
too.
for what it is, right? It's a fixed weight, consumable weight, but it is still a fixed weight. Carry firewood back, all right, to your campsite, all right. It's tough when yeah, I get it. You might have access to a sled or wheels or conveyance or a vehicle or whatever, but you might
Yeah.
still have to put it in the vehicle, put it on the sled, walk with it for a certain degree of distance, right? Or bring it inside your home to put it in a fireplace or whatever, right? Or stack it, cords of it, right? You still have to put it up, right? Right.
Who gets as kids go twice a week too. Teacher sensei says that way he can correct bad form before it becomes a habit. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm taking out the bag. Officially now, right now, it's touching the ground. Now. I officially took it off, so it's not on me. So, about 3 hours. Okay.
Yeah, 3 hours, 53 minutes, and 25 seconds.
Yeah. There's water here. Let's see how cold it is. Yeah, I'm down to the side, but yeah, it's just cool. It doesn't even feel cold, the water. I haven't. That's because it's mostly full and I was moving with the bag, so the water's sloshing back and forth.
Yeah.
So I'll keep them moving. I've done this before with
Thank you, Andrew, for the update. I appreciate that.
I think I'm checking this out earlier. Really glad I decided to do this now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually made an update to this pack. There we go. I updated this like a couple weeks back.
Yeah.
I was I was watching a World Preparedness with Morgan, and she was updating her bug out bag, and I decided to make an update to this bag too. Minor update, very minor, but that's another reason why I wanted to wear the bag, just so I can get more used to certain things. Like I said, and besides, I actually had to swap out some of the food. Anyways.
Yeah.
Since it's the new year, right? You know, I had to swap out the food anyway. Try to keep fresh stuff in there as best as I can. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
The little LED light I have on it is it's still good. I always check it every time, but it's still good. And it's been outside too, right? So surprisingly, the battery is handling supposedly the cold. I can take off the light off the bag and put it in my pocket, right? If it was really, really cold. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I was outside for like hours, I would probably do that. Because I know it would probably start to snap the power from it. Or something like that.
Another things that is good exercise too is cross-ski country.
Cross-country skiing. Downhill skiing. Yeah.
Thank you for correcting me. Cross-country skiing. That's a good exercise. That you get the heart rate up, and it's good for your cardio too. So.
Yep.
And it's a cross-ski country skiing is pretty tough. Actually, it's especially if you want to keep up the speed.
Yeah, I mean, look at those Winter Olympic type of games that they do, like cross-country skiing and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Where they have to do this, then sit still and shoot at a target, right? And send it 5 times or whatever it is, right? They have to slow down their heart rate because they've just been active, right? Because your heart rate's so high that, you know, I wouldn't say you're shaking, but, you know, it's just like, you know what I mean? So.
Yeah.
I've never cross-country skied. I've only done downhill skiing.
I did when I was a kid, but
yeah, I haven't done that for a long time. Probably still do it.
I had cross-country skis, but when I was a kid, and then when I got older, I got downhill skis instead. So
yeah.
I had in mind to buy myself cross-country skis. Actually, it's nice to have. Hugo says, I ski and that is good exercise. Doesn't seem like it while doing it, but you feel it later. Even walking through the snow is a workout, like walking on sand rather than pavement. Yeah, I agree with
because you
that.
have the resistance of sand and snow,
Yeah,
right? It's just like walking into a headwind, biking towards a headwind. I've biked outside before. When you have a tailwind, it's easy. You can coast, pretty much, right? But if a headwind, you gotta keep going. You gotta keep pushing forward, or else you slow down. The resistance of the wind and stuff like that. So it's similar to sand, snow on the ground. And if you're trekking in the snow, deep snow, and there's a headwind, it's very exhausting because you actually have
yeah,
to push your body and your legs through that.
yeah, I agree with that.
Right. So if you're trying to like in a get home type of situation or whatever, deep snow, no snowshoes, headwind, it's gonna take you that much longer. You're gonna burn so many more calories and energy just because resistance is heavier in terms of snow, wind, and stuff like that, right? Something to factor in, right? And stuff like that. I think this is why, like, people that have to walk in the snow in a blizzard, like if it's snowing, it takes them that much longer because it's probably because the snow, the wind. You know what I mean? Because you gotta push
Yeah,
through
I
the
know what
snow,
you mean.
push against the wind. It takes that much more effort. And of course, you're probably doing it where you're not trying to break a sweat. Honestly, right? You don't want to get wet, right? You want to stay dry, so you just pace yourself, right? You know, you could run through it or power walk through it more, but you'll start sweating. And if you stop, since you're wet or whatever, you're gonna get cold. So
Yeah, you get
yeah,
really cold.
yeah. So you like, yeah, you don't want to break a sweat doing it. Right? You do want to maintain the pace and stuff like that. So
Warm is one thing, but sweating is a whole different level.
yeah,
And that is can be a real danger if you begin to sweat and you stop and you begin to get cool.
yeah. I keep like a piece of cotton or a bandana or a towel on me. Just in case it's colder out, I'm starting to sweat, I can wipe the sweat off me right away if I have to. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I
And
know what you mean.
yeah, like it's actually in my bag right now. I keep it in the bag, you just keep it dry. But multifunctional
Hey,
item.
Skipping Chin, good to see you.
Hello,
Good evening.
hello. So yeah,
Or more or less, it's after midnight now.
yeah.
3 minutes.
I'll probably have to eat after. It's because I know I burn more energy just by doing this.
Yeah.
Because I'm carrying weight, extra weight, all right? It's just, there's that, if you're not wearing a lot of weight or clothes or whatever, you're not doing much, yeah, you're not burning that much energy. But
Yeah.
you have more clothes on you, it's colder out, you put a backpack on, and I'd probably burn maybe twice as much as if I wasn't wearing it or if it was warmer out, right?
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Because remember, I was pacing too. Stuff like that. So, yeah, stuff to keep in mind. Oh, by the way, everyone, I put out the shorts for today. It's out right now.
Look who's here. Kaylin Strain is here.
Hello, Kaylin. Hi.
Good to see you. Okay, you just woke up. Okay. That's good. Well, Kaylin, everything goes just fine here. Played in the snow with the ATV today. Boyfriend loved it. He's from southern US with very little snow. This was his first time on the ATV in the snow. Okay. Yeah, things like that will be an exciting thing.
Mm-hmm.
How are you doing, Kaylin? I hope everything is okay with you.
Nice to see you, Kaylin.
I got home a few minutes ago, was at a party at a friend's house. We did a potluck in White Elephant gift exchange. Okay.
Cool.
That sounds fun. But if I'm gonna buy some cross-country skis, I want not those. I want the wider ones because they are a little bit better, especially if you are going to have a backpack on you.
Yeah, it'll spread the weight better
Yeah,
over the surface, so you don't sink in the snow as much. That's why snowshoes
if you
work.
if you have those that are more narrow, you can't have a backpack on you with that.
Yeah, I could just sink in the snow more.
Because those are not made for having a backpack on you. You need those wider ones. They are made for that.
Yes, it's supposed to
Kaylin
warm up.
says, I have seen Russian hunter skis in some videos. They are longer and wider than other skis. Okay. I'm not familiar with that type of skis, but never heard of that before. So
That's new to me.
I can see if I can find it.
But yeah, like I was saying earlier, I've done many different things with this bag on, just to see, simulate a lot of things, and wearing it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually have cut the grass with it on once. I've done that once. That was different. It was to simulate if I had to do work with it. You know what I mean? Because I'm pushing it more with my bag on, right? So it takes that extra bit of effort, and stuff like that. So it's to simulate stuff, right? And like I said, I'm not the most fit person, but I do what I can for what it is. You know what I mean?
They fit the kind of ski description you were mentioning about the width and length. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Are the wider ones easier? Well, if you are going to have a backpack on you that is heavy, it will make it easier to have wider skis
I just
because
assume
they are
just
made.
like snowshoes. You don't
Yeah,
sink as much because you spread the weight
exactly.
over the surface, or over a greater surface area. Just similar to snowshoes.
Kaylin says, last time I skied was when I was a chaperone for a student group from my sister's school, but it was downhill instead of cross country. Yeah,
Hmm.
we do downhill or tubing. Oh, tubing. Oh, yeah, that's
Oh yeah,
pretty
with an ear tube. I mean, not ear tube. Yeah,
dangerous
I've seen that.
because you don't have much control over it.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to steer with those in comparison to other things. Oh, I can't wait till it gets warmer out again, or less cold, and start recording outside again. Oh, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
I was actually thinking about it today to doing it, but it's not. It's still relatively cold out for my phone. I would have to bring a battery bank to shoot with
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
Hugo says we have a small ski resort, not like in Sweden. I am in the Midwest US. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, out west we have mountains, but I mean, you got to travel to that area, these areas, stuff like that. So yeah. Yeah. I still forget. And one of those things I've been thinking about is skis or snowshoes for this area. I've been thinking about that more. Like we didn't get much snow this year, but some years here we get quite a bit. You know what I mean? And sometimes, you can travel through it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing to if you're not going far to go with boots on in deep snow, but if you're actually trying to make distance or speed or stuff like that, I've been thinking about it. 'Cause, like I said, with snowshoes, you don't sink as deep, right? So you're on the surface
Yeah.
more. So you're gonna get used to the walking motion, but it is less energy intensive because you don't have to lift your
Yeah.
foot out of the snow as much, right?
Yeah.
Because I've been walking with boots on with people, right? I always said every so often we gotta switch who leads the way because whoever leads the way is breaking the snow. The person behind, the people behind
Yeah.
the snow's shorter, right? So it's easier. So someone's gonna break the path forward, right? Like when I used to come back from the bar or whatever at night, right, with people, right? It's like a foot or two of snow. Yeah, I always said, okay, I'll lead the way for a little bit. Okay, now you lead the way, because whoever's leading the way, it's exhausting for them, because you're breaking the ground, you're breaking the snow, right? Because the people behind you, the snow's been compressed already, pushed to the side, right?
Yeah.
It's the same reason, like, if you were driving or whatever, right? The car that's breaking the path first is probably going to have a harder time. The person behind it, the people behind it, it's easier because the path's been cleared more. The snow's been pushed to the side more. a little bit easier. And stuff like that. So yeah.
Joseph Moore says, "Hey, got to go, but good night and good morning to you all,
Take care,
whichever
Joseph.
it is. Talk to you all next time.
Yes,
Thanks for
we'll see
stopping
you.
by. I appreciate it."
Yes. So it's nice to hear from people.
I have never tried snowshoes, says Kaylin. I haven't tried that either,
I haven't tried an official pair. I have tried the survival type of snowshoes before, where you use pine boughs. I've done that before. This is even before I started the channel here.
Yeah.
That was back in like 2010, 2011. I have tried that before. I did notice the difference. I didn't sink as much. You just gotta get used to the motion of walking with them. All right.
Yeah.
But I didn't go that far. But I could already tell that I wasn't sinking as deep. So, because like I said, because snowshoes widen your the surface area, so you don't sink as much. Especially if the snow's really deep and you're gonna travel through it for quite a distance. It's less energy intensive versus, you know what I mean? So that's why I've been thinking about. Who knows? Maybe they'll get. Maybe I'll figure it out.
Literally putting snowshoes on my German Shepherd right now. Want her to get used to them. I only wore them a few times last year.
Okay.
She has these little snow booties. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's a special technique you have to use when you walk with snowshoes. After what I have heard, it takes some practice.
Well, it doesn't matter if it's actual snowshoes or improvised snowshoes that you make. There's a certain technique you have to do so they stay on you and you just kind of make a good pace. It's not like traditional walking. And you're not running in snowshoes. You're generally walking. That's why it says snowshoes are meant for walking. Easier.
Yeah.
Especially in deep snow. Because you don't sink as much. I mean, especially important if it's up to your knee or more, you're probably gonna need them. Because imagine trekking through snow that's like a foot high already. Right? You're gonna push that snow all the time, right? Out of the way, even if you weren't boots or shoes, whatever, right?
Yeah. Kaylin says, I have mulled over the idea of making snowshoes or the tennis rackets. Is that even possible? Yeah, it might be.
No, you just have when you do them. It doesn't matter if you make them or if you did make them. You gotta try them out when it's actually deep snow and compare them to see how far you sink in and actually walk with them for a significant amount of time or distance, so you get because you want to make sure they stay on you. It's like you can maintain a good pace, right? Because the idea of snowshoes is to reduce the energy used, yet still be able to get to your destination or whatever.
Huga says, do you guys ice skate? I used to many years ago. I used to when I was a kid, but when I used to ice skate when I was up to when I was in around 14, 15 years old. And after that, I didn't ice skate anymore because we did it when I was in school.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
We used to ice skate a lot on winter time, so. But so I haven't done that for many years.
Yeah.
But that is also good exercise, by the way.
we're relating into fitness, right? Well, I imagine these are the reasons why man created this stuff: snowshoes, skis. Not just for fitness, but to travel faster or easier or with less effort, like with snowshoes, skis, right? Going downhill if you had to, right? On a sled, right? You're gonna make better time in comparison, right? So yeah.
Huga says, don't you have to ice skate to be Canadian? Or is
Whatever.
that just about being a hockey fan?
Oh, whatever there, Huga. Actually, you know what's funny about skating today? It's Saturday here in Canada, and it's there's a big hockey thing here in Canada for today, by the way. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
And who gets laughing?
Of course. Luke is always laughing.
What do you call those ice skates that are longer and you can use your regular shoe on them?
That I don't know. I know there's a difference between
Yeah.
hockey. Well, there's a difference between figure skates and hockey skates and stuff like that. How long the length is and stuff like that, the edge and stuff like that.
I'm gonna see if I can find the English word. Cross-country skates.
I'm less familiar with that.
Yeah, cross-country skates.
Yeah, speed skates. Yeah. For some reason, I was forgetting the word. But yeah.
They are pretty common here because they use them on lakes.
Yeah. Speed skates, ice skate, hockey skates, and figure skates. They all
cross-country boot skates. Yeah.
They're made differently, specifically for the task, right? Because it's like the trade-offs, right? You have speed skates are meant, I think they're longer so you get more stride in comparison to ice skates. Well, figure skates are meant for maneuverability, I guess, right? Because obviously figure skating is more about the art, the dance part of it, you know that?
Yeah.
In comparison.
Kaylin says, I watched a video of a guy who has those skates that he just put on the bottom of his boots to skate across a lake. Yeah.
Well, you know what? If you're
very useful.
If your get home scenario involves that in the wintertime, that could be a benefit, right? Because you would save time. If you instead of going all the way around, like in the summertime, because obviously you don't have a boat or whatever in the summertime, but the lake's frozen and you have that, you could save time.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Especially if it's far below freezing, where the ice is solid, thick enough to hold weight, right? No chance of breaking ice, right? Then that could be an option to consider. For me, that's not an option because I don't live that close. I don't need to actually do that, but that's something to consider for someone. Could be a benefit, but but the thing is about something like that, that'd be a really specific single-use item. However, it might be worth the wait because instead of going all the way around the lake, you can just go across, right? Beeline it across versus going, hours around. You just get across in 15, 20 minutes, right? Especially if you have a tailwind, you'd probably be able to make that in 10 minutes, save so much time, even if you had weight backpack on you. Just because, transportation or convenience or ability of being able to move faster, right? You know what I mean? Because it's like driving or having wheels. You're either going to get there faster or with less effort. So yeah, it could be a benefit.
Yeah. Huga says cross-country skiing looks like too much work. I don't have that much patience. I want speed. Kaylin says, just got a health insurance ad.
And that's why I joined the stream, so I wouldn't have to see that. Oh, by the way, I had to skip one of the ads because you guys were talking about something important. I'm just saying, I don't like doing it, but it depends on what's going on. If it's something, like I don't mind ads. It's just depends on the conversation, right? You know what I mean? Yeah. If I can wait on the conversation, then it's not as big of a deal. But if it's something I want to hear right now, right, and I can't just wait for it, then I'll skip the ad. I'm just saying, right?
Yeah.
Like if it's a 5-second ad, yeah, I'll wait just for you guys, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
I know the channel, but if it's like 30 seconds and you guys are I want to talk about something, or we're talking about something, or it's important. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Right. So, like always, do you have a topic for next week yet? Of course you do, because you told me you had 8 topics or 11 topics for the rest of the winter. Right? All right. You have a topic for next week, don't you?
Yeah, but I haven't decided what
Can you name it? Title?
What topic yet. I have a lot of to choose from, so.
Well, choose ones that are more applicable or seasonal dependent. Because honestly, you don't want to. I don't think. I mean, I'm going to talk about winter when it's May or April. Not too much, anyways, right? But right now would be a good time to talk about it because everyone's kind of feeling it. You know what I mean?
Kaylin says, pretty sure he's got a few ideas rolling around in his head.
Oh, yeah. You know what? That reminds me, Kaylin, and that reminds me of your stream on Sunday.
Huga says, how are people in the future going to get exercise? They will have virtual reality sports. Yeah, probably.
Well, you know what? Well, 2 things. Like I said, I'm remembering Kaylin's stream on Sunday. Remember when you guys were talking about the coffee, the teaspoon? I took a screenshot of your comment. But for what Huga said, right? I mean, there's the free goggle things, and you're swinging with a virtual thing, but technically, you can work out with that in a virtual environment, all right? In the comfort of being inside, all right? So, I mean, that's probably not so bad. It's minus 40 out, but I want to go outside for one, kind of mimic that to a certain degree. Because technically, these people that do it, they're standing, they're moving, right? As long as you're moving, you are working out, or to a certain degree, because you're actively moving your body. Versus like playing with a controller, where you're only moving your hand, your finger.
Yeah.
A little bit different.
So, CR, I think I need to wrap things up now. It's late.
Oh, but
and
I want to share something with you in the backstage.
I figured.
I like
And I have
sharing
a
with
lot
stuff
of
with you.
things.
Because
Yeah.
you're special.
And
Because you're special. You're special. You get to see sneak peeks before people.
So I think I'm wrap things up now, guys.
Take care, CB and Kaylin, and everyone else still in
Take
the
care,
chat.
guys, for stopping by. I appreciate it, and stay safe and God bless. Stay prepared, and I'll see you next week.
Bye.
You're very welcome, Idaho Garden Girl. Thank you guys for stopping by.